won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for the old me, trying to kickstart my heartbeat, you won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural. I'm feeling supernatural.
In World of Wonder version 3.4, we made several improvements to interactions and gameplay devices. Let's check them out. Let's start with the updates to the defensive tower device and environment control device. You can now set multiple defense towers when using interaction activation. Now, when players interact with the device in a creation, they can select any defense tower from the list to spawn it. New environment control device weather. You can now give your creation a unique sky with blood moon weather. Next, we updated the water cube. With more customization options, you can now customize them to look like lava and polluted water. We hope this helps you design gameplay that's even better suited for your creation. Finally, to help creators design creations more efficiently, we've made various interaction improvements. In area editing mode, the grid plane's height will no longer change when placing objects. At the same time, free editing mode now supports zooming in and out using your fingers. In terms of the backpack, you can now choose whether to have it cover half the screen or be further minimized. We've also added secondary tabs and tags, so you can find the objects you need much faster. Furthermore, you can now drag objects directly from the backpack to place them. We also improved horizontal and vertical character movement by removing the effects of inertia. You can long press to continue moving. In free editing mode, use the quick move button to move directly to the plane of a selected object. The camera is now positioned towards the right when the UI is expanded, so it no longer blocks the player or objects. This should make editing objects more convenient. Likewise, when editing building objects, they can be resized and rotated along the X and Y axes without using parameter switches. That's it for this introduction to the new and improved World of Wonder editor controls. Experience the latest improvements for yourself. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, In the room's advanced parameters screen, you can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable auto pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when open. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Monster Boy goes down. The nade goes back line. He finds one and it's turned.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
Hello and welcome back to another day here at the PMSL EMEA. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we are going to be heading headlong into the matches today. Team Spirit, they're on a breather, okay? Everybody else, they're going to have their chance now to see if they can catch up, because there is over 100-point difference between first and second place on the tables. Blank, it has been a demolition derby in the wake of Team Spirit.
There's been a big old differential in terms of the point scoring potential from some of these teams in the lobby. We do have Heroic back in today, who could maybe get themselves back up to speed alongside with Spirit, but doubtful at this point in time with the lead that they've been able to put up. We do have our socials though, if you want to keep up to date with all those points that have been scored and you don't want to just wait for them to roll around on the show, but we will be telling you about later. You can find out more over on our social media channels, Instagram, TikTok and YouTube over at PUBG Mobile Europe Official.
Absolutely. Make sure that you are staying nice and up to date with everything as we go on in, because our teams are competing for the very, very big old prize pool we've got in store for them. That's right. $400,000 will be split up between the teams over the course of this month of tournament. We are in the middle of week 2 right now. Participation reward guarantees $2,000 apiece per team, which adds up to $40,000 of that prize pool. But a lot of the money is going to be zoned off towards those finals. We've got a red rope around it. Only the top 16s will have access to compete for the $227,500.
There are some extra challenges in there littered about, but it is those finals prize pool that we'll be waiting for. Not long now though. I think we're a little bit over halfway of the tournament now, so just one more week to go after this before we do finally get towards those 3 grueling days where teams will be playing for the 50k right at the top. You see that right here. Currently we are on day number 28, not of the tournament but of the month, 28th of September here. Last day of this week will happen tomorrow on Sunday. In the meantime, we'll be heading towards week 3 and then the finals in October.
Yeah, we have got just a little bit more as we head in towards Halloween month. It is coming up very soon, but it's not going to be super spooky in the lobby today because, as I said before, Team Spirit sitting out. Brute Force as well, not going to be competing, and Virtus Pro taking the bench. The lack of Falcons probably not going to be super worrying for a lot of the teams right now, given how Falcons have been playing this week. It has not been top level. I'll put it like that because that is probably as kind as I can put it. They are not going to be playing today, however, and IWNRX, Heroic, both of these teams coming back in.
I think the main one here is probably Brute Force being out of the lobby for the time being, because they were the ones who are causing a lot of problems on rotates inwards. Here are overalls though. Team Spirit at the top, 236 points, just under 100 placement points of the day. Second highest on this leaderboard is 40, so quite a mad differential there. Heroic with 0 chicken dinners compared to Team Spirit's big old 7. Brute Force make the way into 3rd place. At the moment, it is up to Brute Force and IWNRX to get some more points on the board so they don't get left behind by Team Spirit, who are looking like they're on for qualifying directly to PMGC just through those PMGC points alone.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll take a look at those later on. But IWNRX on that front page, that's good news. They've got those 12 matches and the advantage of having that extra day over the teams ahead of them. S2G topping out the 2nd page with 77 points, but 18 matches played, which means that Enigma Galaxy are poised to overtake them, as are Trovo 2030, and Zeus. So potential for some shifts going on there. Power coming back in today after a little benching on the previous day. They are going to have another crack at it with their 12 matches played. Falcons, I'm expecting to see them drop down into the lower section today. With their 18 matches played, not playing in, you can see that it's only 15 points between Fireflux and them, and I think a lot of this bracket can shunt up quite nicely.
Yeah, for Fireflux, they've not had the greatest of performances, but they slowly thought that they would bring things back into the fold now, which is nice to see. Guild Esports similarly on 50 points, but with much more matches played than really anyone else on this leaderboard other than Falcons. Let's take a look at our PMGC points, though, and exactly where Team Spirit is. 89 compared to Brute Force's 36 on the 900 point total. So quite a big jump up from Team Spirit so far, but not insurmountable.
Yeah, of course, Team Spirit do have 6 more matches than teams like IWNRX there as well to consider on this tables. But Team Spirit tomorrow will be looking to try and take us all the way up and over that 1,000 points total, lead out that charge. Brute Force also 6 matches ahead of IWNRX. So the question today is, what sort of a dent can they put in? 919 to 989 is that difference, and it is quite monumental. 70 points between these two teams. That requires a really, really strong day for IWNRX to try and catch up. But at the moment, you're right, Blank, it does look fairly certain that Team Spirit will be the ones to beat on this table.
Which is nice. Again, we were talking about yesterday, we'll talk about again, is that it will be the first time in quite a while that they've had a direct invite to just about anything. Let's take a look at our schedule for today. As always, nothing's changing. Honestly, we could probably do away with this schedule at this point, because nothing untoward happens. I mean, if we threw in a angle there on the first map, maybe it would be a little bit cheeky, but as you all know, it would be Sandhawk into 3 angles and 2 Miramars.
Yeah, we just know how it goes every single day. And let's take a look now at some of our top performing teams over the last 2 weeks, as we take a look at the averages of Na'Vi versus the averages of Team Spirit. Obviously, Team Spirit this week, basically undefeatable. But when you consider their first week, Na'Vi actually exceed their position on most metrics. Average eliminations, average survival time, their damage is higher as well. So that week 1 was still really powerful for them. And the fact that Na'Vi have been able to not burst out into week 2, but be consistent, means that these numbers stay a little bit over the edge when it comes to comparing them to Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's just purely how weak Team Spirit looked on week 1. It's almost a miracle that they're even able to draw level with Na'Vi on the averages here.
Yeah, it has been a nice little consistent, not drop off, but consistent plateau for Na'Vi this week. So we'll see if that continues. Also, in today's games, they are going to be playing in these matches. So potential for Team Spirit on the sidelines to allow them to break out just a little bit further. A team that did break out this week was Heroic as well, as we take a look. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. No, we've still got to talk about Team Spirit this week, because their placements have been phenomenal on this head-to-head.
Yeah, obviously they are better on all metrics than Na'Vi this week in terms of their average eliminations. I think it's actually week 2 versus week 1 from week 2 of Team Spirit and week 1 of Na'Vi. So yeah, you can see that all things considered, Team Spirit just looked really, really good. We're going to head off this one and then look to Heroic, who is our other team that we've been really hammering home, doing a great job here. And I think that, you know, Walsh is particularly a strong player that we have to take note of.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I got a little bit ahead of myself there. We are now going to take a look at Heroics week 1 on the left versus Heroics week 2 on the right. And the big, big jump up, well, actually it's in all columns, right? There is no metric in which they haven't very much exceeded themselves. Those extra 5 minutes or so of survival time equates to so many placement points when all is said and done. And not only that, those eliminations really start to matter. So Heroic have done phenomenally well. They have definitely outperformed themselves from week 1. And take a look at these totals, because this is total for week 1 on the left for Heroic. So you can see that's what they were able to achieve in 4 days of games. Heroic have played 2 days of games this week, and on the right hand side, when you add it all up, they are very close to getting past that mark that they set for themselves in that first week.
Which is incredible, to say the least. I mean, this doesn't look too impressive if you think of it just as week 1 versus week 2, but this is effectively, what is that, 2 days from week 1?
2 days versus 4.
2 days from week 2, and then 4 days from week 1, which is really, really impressive. So if they double this, then they've effectively doubled whatever they were able to do last week, not to mention all of the placement points they've been able to pick up as well.
As we take a look now over to our first map, we're going to be thinking a bit more about Sanhok and our top performers here. Team Spirit, again, starting to make entries on this page, given that they have had such a great week so far. 3 maps played on Sanhok, and all of them have been bangers. Na'Vi, also resident here, going to be taking top damage, highest average survival time as well. Their placement points, though, interestingly, a little bit lower on average than some of our other teams, despite their long survival time.
Yeah, it's an interesting one overall. Though I think for Fireflux, certainly a team that is able to drag themselves further up the leaderboard. 18 minutes 27 is actually fairly impressive on Sanhok, and I didn't expect Fireflux to be there on the leaderboard in terms of survival time. It's not a team that I particularly see make it far to the end of the game, but if I cast my mind back, it is quite a few cases where I'm like, oh, actually there's 1 or 2 players still in that top 5 in the circle.
I'm looking at Trovo 2030 as well. Their drop spot that surrounds a lot of the area around Painan, that splits south of Boot Camp, has been netting them quite a few eliminations, and you can see that's why they're topping out a lot of those tables, despite not really getting super deep into a lot of these games either. 1 or 2, but still, they have just been able to pick up the scraps from the RCB versus Virtus Pro Painan hot drop. With Virtus Pro not in today, however, potential for them to not quite get as much value from putting some scouting down there.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe RCB don't get a lot of value either because they have to think more about the rotations later in the game as opposed to how quickly can we take down Virtus Pro here.
You don't just get 4 free points, right? So
yeah, because you clear out the area around you as well. So it's interesting in the sense that Virtus Pro not dropping on them might mean a harder game. Might do.
It's a weird one. It's a weird one. I do wonder if we're going to have something crazy, like another team decides to go, oh, hang on a minute, that hot drop's not going to happen. Let's challenge the team that is well practiced on it for the last 7 times we've seen this map, and them dropping in on it, right? Don't think it's very likely to happen. But, you know what? I'd be here for it. You know, someone pulls something crazy out the bag, maybe Footballers Chaos. They got nothing to lose.
No, they don't have anything to lose. You know, send in there. You know, instead of going for your wild rotation towards the end game, just get in on there, do something funky, make something happen. That's what I want to see from these squads. Everyone dropping the fist bumps from Vibes, who honestly not played the most amazingly out of all the teams here, but very new team in terms of fitting all those cogs together and getting them working. But they're doing all right.
Yeah, they're doing okay. Playing path for our Sanhok today. We only play the one of them, so it is nice and special to take a look there. We're going Hartin down towards Sami, quite far west actually. Not normal that you see some positions made difficult to get to on Sanhok, but potential for areas like Camp Bravo, like Kampong to be tricky to get towards. So that could prompt a lot of packing into the west side, which is something that we've kind of criticized this lobby for. I'm also wondering who's going to be dropping onto Boot Camp, given that Team Spirit are not in this match, but it looks like nobody is going to opt to take that mantle.
It's cursed. We don't want to go there. That's where that evil team resides. Just forget that no one's in there at the moment. I mean,
It's haunted.
So I see it. Boot Camp's nice and all, but if there's no one agrees to drop into it, then it's fine. It doesn't really remove too much space around the map. And also, you might be worried that you end up heading over towards a hot drop if you drop Boot Camp, because you might both have the same idea. So if you've already got spots to play and you go for it, and I think for Trovo 2030, it looks like they're heading in there after dropping out towards the eastern side, which is usually where they play. They don't see any shoots drop down, so now they can confirm for themselves, yes, we can play Boot Camp.
They've got Ragnarok for Trovo 2030 rolling around near, I think that's default for Na'Vi, but they're going to extricate themselves. Look at where Silas was as well on that map as Black Esports take a knock over on the southeast side. One of the only hot drops that's continuing into today. But Silas for RCB and 2 players for RCB dropped around and disparate from Painan. This is what they've been wanting to do since the very beginning, right? And only when they're not playing in the same maps as Virtus Pro will we see that unfolding. So we'll see what they're able to get done with that plan, with that open loop. And now the transition down to the south side with the circle. We'll be looking to see how teams are going to move through this one as we get a replay of the knock and the flush onto Lewis.
Yeah, pretty clean knock there from Victor to start things off here on our Sandhawk. Southern Circle as well, so quite a few teams are already in position. We do have a lot of squads that play down towards that south side. Footballist Chaos can take a really wide split over towards the northeast, considering Brute Force is not in the game, so Cow is open. I think they would much rather if the circle went towards that north side, because that would have given them a big advantage. Not to be though, but at least they get more looting spots to work with, and they don't have Brute Force breathing down their necks on the east side.
Twisted Minds over on the northwest. Generally, this drop has been relatively unchallenged and not really looked over. Sometimes Zeus are dropping over to that northwest island. Right now, they are crossing over on the Trifecta compound, moving quite quickly through the open ground that sits around there. Obviously, with the lack of team spirit, with the lack of Virtus Pro, this area of the map is going to be a little bit more free. Although, when you consider the fact that normally RCB are still fighting Virtus Pro, they can actually extend their influence into positions where maybe it's a little bit unexpected. So moving around this ground, maybe teams have gotten used to having 2 teams on a lock-in rather than having people like Silas on that scout out, on that flex out wide, without being fought from Painan. So could be a difference maker here.
Yeah, potentially. Could work in their favor going forwards. I think IWNRX is certainly going to be a team that we'll be focusing on today.
Yeah.
Just because of their position in PMGC points. And also because they're a team we expect to do decently into this week. Right now, they're sitting quite comfortably as like a 4th place team to me. But with this circle, this should warrant a pretty strong game.
You'd hope, right? You would hope that they're able to maintain control. On the west side of Quarry right now. They are, of course, very, very central on this circle. However, a lot of that southwest island still kind of like sits in this circle, right? It draws the attention, it draws the eye. And if the circle shifts out to the west on this next pop into stage 2, then we're going to be looking at some interesting rotations. Teams that are across the bridge already may have a better time. So I'm wondering if Na'Vi are going to want to cross all the way, because they're currently just leaving ruins on the northwest side of this first circle. Guild, Nick Galaxy, Black Esports as well. They've all got footholds on the southwest island. Is there more value in sticking to this southwest side, or do you think that they're just going to cross and try and push all the way over and get into what is ostensibly the more likely side of this map to finish up?
Whoa. There's a lot of words towards the end of that one.
Do you think that they're going to cross to the mainland?
I think that it would make sense to be honest. But right now, it's a case of just giving it a bit of time. I think you realistically want to wait for stage 2. Stage 2 is your go signal. There's enough compounds around this area as well that it's not as big of a deal. And having some control over towards your side of the map is probably the major thing you're worried about. Though we know this lobby, John. We know this lobby, and they're very central focused. So everyone is currently grouping up towards Quarry side nice and quickly.
Vibes have been doing some spelunking around in cave. Hopefully not going to get trapped by a rock slide or 2, but there's plenty of teams that want to be the boulder in this scenario. Take that position from them, I'm sure. It's not going to be super easy, though. It's a nice little high ground to play around, but difficult sometimes to hold as a squad. Do you need to keep your wits about you? Enigma Galaxy, they are holding on the southwest side. Not yet looking to cross over that river. They have not gone for it this time. They are going to stay on this southwest edge. So it seems like a lot of the teams are making that call, thinking it's unlikely we do a safe crossing in the next few minutes. Let's see what we can get done, and hopefully the circle gifts us with its blessings over on the southwest.
Yeah, I think stage 2 is when it becomes a little bit easier to determine like what your route's going to be into the circle, and anyone who's on the side where the circle drops, like they're likely going to head fairly central quickly, right? So that does open up more areas on the outside of the circle as the blues coming in to make those wide wraps. It's not going to be ideal positioning, but it will be a position to work with. I think at this point in time, it's sort of suicide for a couple of these teams down towards the southwest. Try something like this. Football is chaos, though. We know what they're like. I'm expecting a wild rotation to come through anytime now.
We are ready to throw the lasso down, and that is interesting on the shift there. A lot of the river is going to take up space in the circle. You can see the water as well down to the southeast side. And in general, it looks like it's a very close to 50-50 split, right? North and south of this river. This is good news for teams like Na'Vi, Liquid Galaxy, the southwest side teams, right? Who have made that hedged bet over on their side. Or rather, actually, not hedged bet. It is the opposite of a hedged bet. It is a decisive gamble to stay on the southwest side.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's one of those cases where, like I was saying earlier, you don't really know where this next circle's going, so you just chill it out. Wait for it to hit stage 2 and then make your decision from there, and that was the right call for a lot of squads. Na'Vi, though, getting battered on their crossing. Do take a knock. Question is whether they can pull default back up again.
Na'Vi trying to take shots over towards Enigma Galaxy. They do seem to be able to get their team back up nice and healthy. S2G taking knocks. That's over a little bit west of Quarry, close to IWNRX, close to Footballers Chaos as well. But again, that's going to be picked back up. Only Black have lost a player, and that was on the hot drop earlier on, going down to Vibes. Everybody else right now jostling for position, trying to contort themselves into any sort of space they can find now towards this riverside.
Yeah, I mean, Painan is open. I'm surprised that, RCB actually dropped that. I mean, they were close enough to head over towards that east side. Right now it's only Power, but that can comfortably hold at least 2 teams. So Zeus could head down from that northern edge that they're currently on, just underneath boot camp, potentially take up the northwest side of Painan. You'd have to scout it appropriately, though. Meantime, Guild plays a very safe game on the southern edge, wrapping past Army over towards the western side of Bantai. No real aggressive moves going on there.
I mean, that's kind of characteristic of what we've come to expect from Guild, right? There has been a number of times now where they could have made the aggressive play and they've actively chosen not to go for it. I think the most notable is probably actually on the Sandhawk that we saw finish over to the west side of Ruins. They held the pontoons on the north of Tambang, and they just waited on the outside. They didn't take the compound that ended up winning the game. When it was open, they decided, you know what, we just want to stay out of the fighting and maybe get a 3rd place or something like that, rather than going for that chicken dinner, going for that win position. And in general, when you see a team doing this, this is a team that is comfortable placing like 7th in a match, right? 7th, 6th, maybe up to 5th, but they're not a team that you'll see on the podium.
No, not at all. I do feel slightly bad for Guild in that sense, because right now they're never going to have a chance towards the top side of the lobby. They might have a chance over towards the finals, but their play style is very much how can we live as long as possible with also having as little impact as possible on this lobby. Ooh. And then circles like this come around, and because they didn't get the hard shift down towards the south, inevitably in the next 5 minutes they're likely going to be shut out from this game.
Look at the crossings from Power and Enigma Galaxy going in concert with one another. Over towards RCB, they have pressure as well from the east side on that position with IWNRX taking shots. Fireflux over to Heroic. Heroic, by the way, on the southeast side. We're on board with Fireflux now, getting a real leathering as Lux launches nade after nade down to the position, and the re-knock very, very quickly onto Walsh. And yeah, this is probably the right call for Heroic. Just try and get away. Try and stay alive for a little bit longer. Scarface doesn't want to let it go. And it will have to, though, it seems, as he scarpers into the cave.
Yeah, awkward position to actually fight this cave. You can be pretty instantaneously third-partied. It's really awkward to get back out from that position, so I understand Fireflux's reluctancy to continue, especially as 3 players. Or we want to confirm more over getting towards the western side of the circle here. Do enjoy the fact that Fireflux have slowly brought themselves back up to speed. Though for Heroic, on the other hand, today is really that case of you've had a day off. Was this momentum based? Was it a flash in the pan? Or is this something that you can consistently do for the rest of the week?
Yeah, that is what we're going to be paying attention to, I think, over the course of today and tomorrow as well. I mean, Heroic... Oh, this is the catch that they had. Okay. Scarface did... That one is sometimes somewhat forgivable. Maybe could have scouted higher. And there's that answer that they were able to find. But the rest of it looks a little bit messy, actually, on those engagements from Heroic. The thing about Heroic is kind of almost the opposite of Guild, right? They like going aggressive. They like being in those fights and taking control of those situations. And they'll take those opportunities when they're presented to them. Sometimes, though, they do end up in scenarios where they haven't quite fully scouted it out. And it seems like they came across one just there. Trovo 2030, 77. Clashing now on the north side in the compound here. Sits between Quarry and Painan. Good hold from Marcelo. The nades are in as well. Nades out Yusuf, unfortunately. Hang on, Yusuf naded himself. But it seems like that might not matter, as he is going to go down, but not out just yet. Ragnarok not so lucky, but 77 really suffering. Not going to be able to get through cleanly. And there is a third party. Footballers Chaos, I think, are taking shots downhill.
Yeah, Yusuf DC'd.
Oh, no.
And he DC'd before he knocked himself. So I wonder if he had a DC mid-pin pull, which is really sad to see for Trovo 2030. Add some points. Give him some points. That's unfortunate. To be fair, you really have no way of knowing whether 77 would win that fight or not, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's very difficult to read into there. Ooh, Twisted Minds. Found the outpost. IWNRX have been losing players now. 2 of them have gone down. Swain and Kine. Zedwolf wants to find Robs with the nade. That could be good. That looks on target. It's right on top of him, and Robs goes down. A beautiful headbuster there on the bouncing nade. As Footballers Chaos getting lit up by the cannon in Zedwolf's arms.
Zedwolf in a bit of a tricky spot, to be fair. Only 2 players left alive, and moving out from the western side of Quarry. Tough stuff, to say the least.
Jector pushing in. Footballers Chaos still with 4. The surrounding presence on this fight between IWNRX and Twisted Minds. Both teams obviously losing 2 players now. Robs does get res, but ooh, what a catch from S2G on the northern side. That's going to immediately scope in Zedwolf to that angle. He's going to wonder, what are they shooting at? And then he turns to his right, takes a look. Footballers Chaos approach.
Yeah, again, Footballers Chaos's rotations seem mystical at this point.
Was 1v4? Question mark? No, Lemon got something. Okay, 2v4 certainly. I don't know if we can get a replay on that, because that looked like a bit of a meat mince.
That was a moment right there. It's like, yeah, they're all gone.
Oh dear. That's a bad time for Guild. Good time for Na'Vi though. They get 5 elimination points now.
Yeah, that is really nice. I'll do the trick. I go down nicely.
Obvious.
Yeah, you might say that.
Might not though. Footballers Chaos rotating around now. Ooh, Dokuma spotted. There's a nade over to Doran. Puts another one in as well. Robs is trying to cook one of his own. Will he get caught by a second nade? One from Zedwolf. Hot and precious in his mind, and Zedwolf is still there. Robs wants to contain the door frame. Storm repositions out wide, opens on the broadside. This is going to make the res almost impossible. However, Zedwolf can take shots out this direction now. A nade from the inside, and Twisted Minds are safe for a moment, but that Molotov fading means that their nades, the players, can start to pour in. Football is chaos. You can see Nico wants to bounce it off the back wall, moves through the spray down. No fear, none at all. Around the edge, though, Rob stands tall with a DBS, and Twisted Minds aren't out of it just yet.
They'll come up. Another nade in. Looks fairly decent, but Robs is on the other side. So won't take any damage at all. Black Esports removed. IBRX losing Zedwolf. Down to just the one player now. And the circle heads down towards that bridge. Oof. Horrid circle.
Pretty ratty there on the shoreline. Na'Vi may actually be able to do quite well from here, because everybody on the north side going to be fighting off against them. Could see a couple of teams, or a team maybe, send down to that riverside and try and play that position, which will be Na'Vi's great fight in this next set of circles. Fireflux on the northeast. They've lost Solke, but on 3 eliminations, they have got a ridgeline to play towards the circle on. But Vibes have the off angles down to their south. RCB sit in the compound ahead.
Yeah, I think for Na'Vi, it should be a 4th place. If they're not silly.
But are they silly? That's the question.
I don't think so. I think it should be a 4th place for Na'Vi. From what they've been able to do on this south side. I think everyone else is going to be having a big amount of difficulty to get into this circle. Especially now the Vibes move back up towards that northern side. This is the one team that was going to cause them problems, but now they have to rotate back past RCB, and RCB should be able to take the shots over towards them.
IWNRX get 0 eliminations for all the fighting that they were in. That is a bit disappointing. Southwest shift again. Nasty.
Hey. Nice one, Na'Vi.
So much river.
Na'Vi win.
Maybe. Yeah.
Possibility.
I think power is the counterpoint to that.
It's always RCB.
I think RCB don't win.
How?
I think they're going to hold in the compound too long. I don't think they're going to lay enough groundwork to get out. They don't know how to play Sandhawk because they keep dying in the early fight with Virtus Pro.
That's just this tournament, though. I'm sure that they've played other games on Sandhawk to get here.
I take it back. I take it back. Power bad. Power lost a player. They flex out to the north side.
You were right. You were 100% right in terms of predicting power, because RCB and power are both in the exact same situation.
I think power. I mean, their compound is further into
feeling.
the circle, right? That's what I'm going with. Is RCB can't stay in the compound for as long as power can.
I see what you're saying. I mean, what I'm going off is the fact that there's the tiny edge of RCB's compound still in that they can play. And next circle will undoubtedly shift both teams' compounds out. It should go directly central. So they're both going to struggle.
But I think RCB have to make the crash first. They actually are breaking out now up into the fight with Na'Vi. RCB with a chance to sweep through here. Low HP bars on Na'Vi, but there's nades coming from both of them. A great hit onto Wild. Doesn't connect in response as well. And Lemon now has another brick to put up. Zell crashed in through the window, and Lemon's on a tear. Na'Vi are pulling RCB apart at the seams. Power now a little bit alone, a little bit isolated. Want to get that res on through if they can. As the sprays, the flushes, and RCB losing 1, losing 2, maybe. Silas on the back lines, trying to heat it up, but in comes Power with the off angle.
Na'Vi win? Question mark.
Could be.
Genuinely, they could win. Would not be surprised by it. Silas actually gets dropped by the zone. What is it? I think should be 3 players from Power. Depends how quickly this circle comes in.
Nice
Altov's good.
Forces Loxy to change the angle. What was that? Oh my goodness, mate. You've had a All right, old Snortfest there, but finally Lemon goes down. Flip as well, under pressure as Power with 2 players alive. They're looking for the res on the backlines. Flip not repositioning for this. I think he may have a tough time getting towards it. Look at those nades. That second one, the follow-up, looks really good as well. It's not going to quite connect. He's going to put more suppression down towards Loxy's position because he's taking shots from that angle as well. Oh, he knows that he's in danger. And the pressure's coming through from Easy as well. There's a Molotov in hand. I think they're going to try and burn this one away. It's the knock. It's the flush. Lemon is out now. 1 player for Na'Vi, 1 player for RCB, 3 onside for Power. As Flip down by the bridge. Loxy up on the high.
Yeah, again, for Power, it's been a somewhat easy and decisive win.
Oh, hang on a minute. Easy's down.
Yeah, I don't know if Flip can win this solo. He's breaking out wide. They hear it. He has hard cover. He has to win that angle, but it does not happen. But yeah, the fact that RCB crumbled 2 players is a little bit concerning. But well played to Na'Vi.
I called it. Just saying. Power win. On that northwest side.
Yeah, correct. Very, very
I'll chalk
good.
that up as a fat dub for Power and for me. I think that the issue was that the RCB took the move first, and they don't actually have a lot of freedom. You know, you have to play really tight to those rocks because of Power on the other side, right? They didn't go first, and so they could just stalk out those angles, right? As soon as RCB are moving up, they need to just win fights with nades, and a lot of the time that is just sort of a coin toss engagement between Na'Vi, who in this instance were able to win 2 in a row and get those nade knocks through. With Power on that suppressing angle, Silas couldn't leave. He basically had 0 impact on that fight, and it just wasn't possible for RCB to do super well, which is the strength that having a little bit more of your compound in affords you for a team like Power on the west side.
Yeah, I feel like RCB could have just all wandered out over towards Na'Vi, honestly. Like, there wasn't much stopping them from doing it. If you actually looked over toward the western side, Power's angles were diminished by just sightlines. There's like small mounds. I think RCB is correct to try and take the bank. That gives you a huge amount of control over that fight. It's just, again, 2v4 that shouldn't happen in the first place. So, yeah. But overall, Power also gets shut down quite a few times as they're wandering over to Na'Vi. What I was laughing at was that it was the fact that it was just these 2 guys basically making a mockery out of 2 squads with much more players than them. Which was very, very amusing to me. So it was a messy ending. It was a very messy ending. That's why I was saying Na'Vi win, because it really could have been a Na'Vi win there. I don't really know what RCB or Power were doing in those situations. It was super sloppy all over.
I mean, yeah, Na'Vi were pulling out the old Grima worm tongue, whispering in the ears of the other team, saying, "Oh, they said, did you hear what RCB said about your gyro play? They said it was awful. Doesn't that make you angry? Doesn't that make you want to go and fight them instead of us?" Right?
Yeah.
They couldn't quite keep the poison in the wound on that one, though. Unfortunately, it was drawn forth.
It was Na'Vi taking knocks over towards Power. I think the most of the knocks that went through to Power were from Na'Vi. It was weird. It was very, very weird, but very well played.
Yeah, but it was RCB's fault. You know,
the Lemon and Flip, yeah, true, exactly. Yeah, very well played to Na'Vi overall. Flip and Lemon, as praising Default yesterday and saying that Lemon is a good player. And I'm glad that he gets to prove me right again today in the first game.
Absolutely. Most eliminations for Lemon, 4. Highest damage, fairly low, I think, across the board. Sandhawk gets sort of picked apart. Everyone takes their chunk of flesh and will take a couple of points back, except for IWNRX, who start their day off on the chase for those PMGC points fairly poorly. We'll see if they can do more after the break. Na'Vi try their best to enact their dastardly devious plan from the shoreline, but it will not go all the way through. Power were able to move through, sweep the hill to the north, losing a player, but with the 3 that they had, that was plenty enough to take down everybody below them on Sandhawk. But now we turn our attention to Erangel. We're going to be looking over to the grassy pastures as we take a look at our overalls as well. Of course, still firmly at the top is Team Spirit. Heroic still in second place, but they didn't manage to get too much done. Only the 1 point earned on their first map back in after their day break. And that's kind of what you were talking about, Blank, during that map. Was it just a momentum-based set of circumstances that allowed them to do what they did in days 1 and 2?
Yeah, and it's hard to tell right now, but for that first game on Sandhawk, as we all know, Sandhawks are pretty terrifically difficult to predict. But Heroic really weren't able to do a lot. And you mentioned it seemed a little bit sloppy from their gameplay too, which it did. However, underneath them, you've got Na'Vi, who is the one who's trying to clamber their way up, because it is First Pro, Brute Force, and Heroic all not playing today. So you've got 3, 4th, 3rd, 4th, and 5th all not in the matches so far, which is interesting.
IWNRX down in 11th place as well, not getting any points on that last match. 78 points, and they do want to turn up the heat a little bit given the lack of team spirit. Now's the day to try and put that on the boards, but I think it's almost certain, given that they had a fairly strong position from where they started. Oh, beg your pardon. And where they were able to end up in that match, that they aren't really having a super strong day today. They had the opportunity there, couldn't quite make their way out, didn't quite transition to the positions that they were looking for, and of course went down in the mix of it all. We'll see if Erangel's going to be any different from them, because they are one of our top performing teams over here with the highest average survival time.
Yeah, surprisingly. I think that for IWNRX, it's just weird that they've not really been able to force their way up the tables that much more. But I hope to see more of it, especially here on Erangel. Coming up shortly for you. RCB lagging behind, but still decent time in the circle itself. 21 minutes is not bad at all. For the boys on your screen at the moment. Oh, very animated from S2G. Well, he's unleashing the beast right now. I'm not sure what kind of beast, but he's unleashing it.
I think it's Lemon and Default in that last game with Monster Energy, monsterenergy.com/gaming. Make sure you head over and check that out. Power, they were the team to close it down in that last map. Vibes, not so much.
No, not so much. Yeah, big L. Sorry, guys.
Oh, no.
I respect it. I respect it. You got to know when your chips are down.
Yeah.
That way you know when your chips are up. So you can buy yourself some tickets for PMGC. Ooh. Limited 40% early bird discount. Scan the QR code on your screen right now. Take part in that. It's going to be early bird discount all the way through this tournament. All right?
That's right.
Be an early bird to the end.
That's true. I wonder when the early bird discount finishes. I don't think you should find out, though. You should definitely head over and make sure you snaffle those away whilst they're still on offer. IWNRX there, chilling out. Just forget that they even played a Sandhawk. Don't even think that map exists, actually, so they're fine going to this next one. Na'Vi, they'll definitely want to remember this, as they are going to be happy with that performance from the Riverside. I'm seeing phones in hands. I'm seeing headphones on heads. This is a good situation, although Trover 2030 looking a little bit less so. I'm pretty sure I could see the lobby spinning up on the phone on the desk there. So I'm hoping we're only moments away from seeing what these Infinix GT20 Pros can do in the hands of our professional players, featuring dual chipsets and the 144Hz AMOLED display, delivering up to 120 FPS and providing teams with outstanding performance and stunning visuals during the 2024 PMSL EMEA. As we continue to see headphones slowly making their way over ears, I'm sensing that the music's about to change.
The music? What kind of music? Are we talking about guitar music?
Oh, hell yeah, we're talking about guitar music. You know we're talking about that riff. I'm ready. Not yet. I'm just getting you ready. I'm prepping you.
You baited me. I thought we were going into the game.
Well, I can see the map feed starting to spin up. I can see the players are all focused. They're all locked in. What? Stop talking.
Oh.
Play guitar.
Guitar? When?
Oh. No playing past guitar music. That's sad.
Come on. Come on.
Oh,
there it is.
Where's it coming in? It's coming in soon. But this is definitely match
almost
start
there.
music.
Look at that. It's the nuclear power plant, because we're about to go nuclear on this riff.
Go.
Some might call it a riffington.
What?
That's the new place in Erangel. Coming next.
Okay.
Riffington.
What happens in Riffington?
That's what happens in.
That is what happens.
That's what happens in
quite
Riffington.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Plane path from George Pole down towards the south edge of Sosnovka military base. Difficult to get over to Yasnaya, to Lapovka. And we'll see if there's any hot drops to be seen, with a couple of areas opening themselves up. Grabbing some vehicles on the south coast, getting over the farm could be open. An option for teams that are denied access to their east side drop spots. Heroic going to go all the way up to Zaki, and not going to be contested there as well. We've seen a couple of teams actually go for this backup drop on the area of Zaki when their main drop spot is curtailed. Twisted Minds will play North George. Severny could be under contest here. I think two teams are looking to move out past shooting range.
Shooting
Footballers
range?
Chaos and Guild.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, trying to head over towards that way. I mean, for Guild as well as Footballers Chaos, I might give it over towards Footballers Chaos here. I think that's who I put my money on, personally. Yeah, very Western-leaning plane, forcing a lot of teams over towards this side, and then telling them to pack their bags and move out to the east. Rude.
Interesting. Footballers Chaos did manage to grab the first vehicle on the drop, which means Guild are going to need to find something else to transport them further east. This does mean that you don't actually have to stop in Severny. You can push all the way over to Kameshki to try and loot there. A team like Fireflux could potentially find themselves in Lapovka with a good time, moving over on the Mansion split maybe. And I'm looking at what is going to happen to this North George position. Well, just the whole of Georgiapol, really, with Twisted Minds, Trovo 2030, going to have to figure out how to move, but with Heroic on the north, with Vibes on the south, that's not necessarily going to be the easiest.
No, well, Vibes haven't exactly put up the craziest of performances. And I think for Vibes, they're more likely thinking, how do we escape out of this situation on the south side of hospital and get over towards the eastern side? Just notice the music is still going.
Hell yeah. We're still in Riffington.
We're still in Riffington.
That's right.
There's a new name for Watertown. Good old Riffington.
Oh, many a name.
But S2G getting to Yasnaya straight away. Good stuff from them. Yeah. I like that. That's going to give them a really good start in this game. You hope. But it
Certainly
isn't
would.
always necessarily the truth you see, John.
Okay. The hope, not the truth.
Yeah.
Excellent motivational quote there. I like it.
The hope, not the fact.
I like it. Get it on a t-shirt, you'll sell millions.
Does it start again?
Put it on a wall sign. Yes, of course it does. We're going for another verse. In we go for more. Oh. Oh,
That's
dear.
it. I'm muting the site.
That's it. I've had enough. I've had a blinking enough of this.
I think it's because I have to listen to the same song every day.
Six
like-
times a day.
6 times a day. So probably really cool for you guys at home. I respect that. I respect that big time.
Big cool. Guild over on the north side now, trying to get up towards the top of Stalbert. Nobody really slowed down too much in Severny. Footballers chaos on the south slopes of Stalbert Hill as well on the northeast side. Interesting for S2G, like you said, going to Yasnaya early. Everybody's going to be moving in around this area fairly soon, so I'm kind of worried for their paths outwards. I would like to see S2G take a position maybe more towards the edge of Yasnaya on the east side, give themselves the opportunity to flee into the hills. Should they need to.
Oh, sorry. You just made me think of Run to the Hills. I'm about to start singing it, but I stopped myself at time.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
You know when you like
We're
get
not
that-
licensed for that.
Yeah, I know. Run. No.
No.
Oh,
Yeah, but what
almost got
if
you.
but
Almost
unless,
got you.
unless,
No, you can only legally do like a 1.5 second, 2 second clip bite,
what if you do 1.5 seconds and then I do 1.5 seconds?
and then intersperse I go audio jungle.
Yeah. Excellent.
I'll pull the German tactic.
Hell yeah. Absolutely. A classic maneuver into the ground floor of Poser's building here. Trovo 2030. Easy. So
Goodbye.
easy to handle that.
Yeah, that did seem a little bit silly. Didn't like that. Did not like that from Black Esports. I did like from Trovo 2030. I feel like they had a very good idea of where he was playing. Miji watched and were like, why are you in box compound by yourself? That's not allowed.
Just to update you on the music situation, Blank, so I know you've got it muted. It's still playing.
Is it actually?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm vibing. And you're not. So
Okay.
you're basically losing right now. Either way.
It
just
actually
reminds-
is still playing.
Yeah, it is.
That's
dear.
wild.
Vibes on the north side
okay.
of North George right now. Gonna scooch over onto this north edge. Twisted Mind's being fairly slow to leave, but in general, I don't mind that too much. I think the north side of the river fairly clear, and they can come in late on a circle like this and have a decent shout into the match. Black Esports lingering on the edge. And they were in Sunken. They left their player over in the compound, and Trovo 2030 took it down on a drive-by. Okay, got it. That was where they made their misstep.
I like retracing the path of the game. I like it. Power though, get themselves up towards the compound on the south side. I actually don't mind this compound. I think it's pretty decent in terms of being able to scout the lay of the land around you, then move from there. Also in terms of keeping your vehicles very safe. Has a garage. Very important. Music still playing with the music check?
It really is, yeah.
Music
No, it's
check.
still going.
Done, yeah.
Yeah.
I like your
I
message.
might have to learn to play this song so I can just play along with it and vibe out.
Yeah, I like your message you just sent.
Yeah.
John Allen, can we lose the music, please?
Oh, you're leaking the DMs, bro. Come on, that's not cool. Oh dear.
Nah, you just said it like you. It was like a rock star text, you know.
Yeah.
Let's lose the music.
All right, let's lose the music on this one, guys.
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah.
Did we lose it? Nope.
It's in my rider, so
It's not lost yet.
no. It's
Yeah, I just keep muting. Have a little check.
I'll let you know when it stops because I'm not.
Yeah, it is unfortunate you guys have to mute us if you want to mute the music. But
Yeah, that's
I'll just let you know a secret. Doesn't hurt my feelings. Feel free.
Oh, no. Oh my goodness me. I am actually like maybe about 10 minutes from getting my guitar out and figuring out how to play this song live on
No,
broadcast.
really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do.
Yeah. We'll see.
Almost like. I don't want to say that. That's bad.
I don't know what you're about to say, but
I think
Kinda
it's
be
like,
good.
it's like water torch.
whoa, I'm not that bad.
I don't think it's that bad. That sounds like it's not that bad.
I'm not good, but
Not you. I meant the music.
oh, right, okay, yeah.
Damn. No, that,
No,
that'd be-
everything you say is about me, so I automatically assume.
that would have been really cruel if I was to say that.
You playing music? Torture. Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, very heavy music check.
Nope.
Now, there we go. Very heavy. I think they're
I
just
feel
gonna,
like they're doing it on purpose.
yeah, I think this is just going to continue to the end now.
Yeah.
He's sending another message. Acting
losing
the
it.
producer, are we?
I'm losing it.
Just mute the site.
I'm
Do what I
losing
do.
my marbles.
Do what I do. Just mute it. Why don't you want to mute it?
Never mute. Only suffer.
Yeah.
Like Magnum behind this buggy. This is a hard north shift to the west side of Stalber. It's going to keep Yasnaya in. It's going to keep the lake around Yasnaya in as well. It's going to force a lot of these teams to make that north rotation. And
Yeah.
this does mean that that late move from Twisted Minds from North George, in general, has worked out quite well for them. They have now managed to slot in on the north side near the coastline to be a little bit more chill. Guild, Heroic, scrapping it out right now. Nades over to Jafar, and they find the opener.
Yes, they do. Good initial one. Their heads over their way. And again, this is bad news for Heroic. John, we were talking about this. They're saying that
Terrible
Heroic need to not go down over and over again. It needs to expand on their victorious run out over their 2 days. But no expansion, only deflation.
Well, not just yet. I mean, they have got a knock, sure, but it is
They
Guild.
are going down, John, right now.
One of them is down. Only the one.
John, stop counting me.
No, but... Oh my god, they're going down. Look at that.
They're going down, John.
Kevin's
see?
so low. Oh no, they're deflating and before our very eyes.
Music
Like
check.
a lilo on the beach. But it's pebbles when you thought it was sand. Oh, blank. It's happened.
Yeah?
Blank has happened. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Is it
The
off now?
music has gone. Oh, we're going into the game fully now. It's time to start. The start phase 3.
It's already on. That's awesome. Let me just have a quick drink.
Okay. You have a sip. Refresh yourself.
Thank you. I'm going to unmute the site as well.
Okay. We are back in action. Look at that.
I
Can
can't hear any
everything.
music.
That's right.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Phenomenal. I hope that was going out to the stream as well.
What?
Because sometimes, because I know our audio mix is sometimes slightly different to the stream's audio mix. So I hope it wasn't us just nattering on about
Yeah.
music that nobody else can hear.
Well, it's like two crazy people.
Yeah, well.
maybe.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is that, but not because of the music.
No. Don't be saying that. This is a really disgusting circle, by the way.
Yeah, nasty. Keeps the southwest side of Stalber Mountain in, the lake down at the bottom as well. It's going to be very, very brutal as time goes on. 2 players down for Heroic, Guild, and Na'Vi now, actually, who've rocked up in for the third party. Heroic have managed to slither away for the time being. We'll see how much longer they can survive, because they are taking damage. Who's that from? On across the way. Guild still scrapping it out.
Guild
The owner
Revenge.
X down in the meantime. That's no good.
Guild Batman. Looking for vengeance versus Na'Vi here.
Robert Pattinson brand more than Christian Bale.
No.
He's the one who says, I'm vengeance. So,
Is he?
yeah.
He does
Christian
say
Bale just says, I'm Batman.
pretty,
just all the
pretty,
time.
Pretty emo about it as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's really mean to Alfred in that movie. I don't like it.
Yeah, well, you know. Alfred
What do
nearly
you
gets
mean?
exploded.
Well, you know.
Yeah, well, you know. He's English, isn't he? So,
True.
happens.
Wagner. Tempting to get some Batman-like shots. Towards Na'Vi.
Batman doesn't use guns. Come on. You should know that.
Use the grapple
You
gun.
did know that. You
Use the
definitely did know
grapple
that. So.
Use the grapple gun.
Yeah, well, that's not a firearm, though. Might be a gas-powered grapple, but...
He shot someone with it.
Yeah, okay.
Remember that?
At one time.
In Batman The Dark Knight Rises.
Uh-huh.
It was the detective, the police team. Working for Falcone.
No way. Oh, it's that guy, yeah.
You see, John, what you don't
then he-
realise is that Batman is my comfort film. And I watch the series at least
Hell
3
yeah,
times a
dude.
year.
Oh, it's pretty comfortable for Wagner to land that spray onto Axa as well. Goodness me. That's where he dangles him and he says, excuse me, do you know where Rachel is? He says it like that as well.
No, he does actually, yeah.
Yeah.
I can confirm.
Sorry, I don't know if you know Rachel. Do you know where she is?
Have you seen her?
Because like I'm trying to find her right now, and like she's not answering her phone. So
Yeah, I
just trying
gave
to
her a
get in
bat phone.
contact. Yeah.
No contact. Should probably focus on the game a little bit. S2G's doing quite good, aren't they?
Ooh, they're doing very good in this position. Yeah, look at that.
It's a really good spot.
Fantastic spot. Probably the best spot. So good.
Probably the best in the circle, I would say.
It's probably the best spot ever.
What would you say is the best spot in the circle?
I think if you're looking at the circle, that's the best spot.
I agree. There is also the spot that Trovo 2030's got. Pretty good spot.
Ooh.
That's
Maybe like the second best
west
spot in
side.
the circle.
Yeah, I would say the second best spot in the circle. Whereas
Yeah,
for
talking
Trovo
about the circle.
2030.
Second best spot.
Vibes, they're in a pretty bad spot.
Ooh.
Now
Probably
they're all
the worst
dead.
spot, actually.
Yeah.
But it's not in the circle, so we can't talk about it. Flex out from Trover 2030. Punished. Darken was ready.
He was
Flex
so
out
ready.
from power. Punished. Darken was ready.
Blacks out from power. What?
Sorry?
What did you say?
Flex out from Trovo 2030.
I thought you were saying Black Esports was out.
Oh. They're not, though.
But you're like, Black Esports is out from power. And I was like, what does that mean?
I don't think I
Make
said
any
that.
sense? No, I don't think you did either.
I,
But that's what
I'm pretty sure I
heard.
said flex out from Trovo.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. That's not what I heard.
Okay.
It's more on my hearing than your speaking.
To be honest, could be both. You never know.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
It could be that I said something different from what either of us thought I said.
Yeah.
Now there's a quandary.
Funny how words work. Sometimes.
Perception of them, especially.
But on a real one, S2G do actually have the best spot in the circle right now.
Yeah, when you talk about the circle.
Yeah, because we weren't memeing, but S2G do actually have the best spot in the circle.
They're slap bang in the middle. They have sight lines down towards the southwest over to the Yasnaya compound.
high
The
ground.
Trovo hold have
Don't
high
forget the
ground
high
over
ground.
that. There is a plateau that sits above them, but they are also controlling that with Hamzi on that position. The difficulty may come from the top of Stouble Mountain, but right now that's heavily contested. Over to the east as well is embroiled in conflict. Heroic, the remnants of them, 2 players left. 77, Na'Vi as well, all going to be scrapping out for that. Fireflux probably going to be joining that fight for just a moment. You can see they're already posting out feelers up towards the north side. Difficult rotate, and I don't think Flip blasts this one out. Does get across a little bit. No, not going to happen. Fireflux will be able to curtail that rotation, but S2G right now, nobody can push them.
No. And you're right, there's like a little valley. It's just over towards the western side of where 77 Heroic's currently playing. You got to cross to get towards S2G. They can control that entire area. So tough to push them. So I think for S2G, might be a win. And it'd be a win that they've not got in a while. Best spot in the circle, easily. By far.
Ooh, that is a nice little shift, though, for the compound out on the west. That Yasnaya compound for Trovo 2030. There's Nickby Galaxy finally in the scrap, but Coops immediately takes Redox out of it, giving them the numbers advantage very quickly, very efficiently, and very effectively. Spray downs towards Guild could be coming through any moment now, as well as they're repositioning over head of that position. Guild playing on with 3 players alive, but I'm expecting that to change. Narvalo trying to move down, and this southwest side of Stalba is very, very tiered, right? You've got these plateaus that sit and they outcrop quite a lot, so you've really got to figure out which one is going to be safe, which one is going to be navigable moving into the future. And at the moment, Narvalo actually doing fairly well of getting through this.
Yeah, I don't know how. He's actually... it looked like he'd gotten out the vehicle. And just like knocked himself. But it was in fact Marceau, Panther Shots, who has been really good for S2G. Annoyingly so. I think for Kelsey and Hamzy, it is a weird one. Because both those players have legends about them from the past. But it's Marceau, who truly is the best player on the team right now. Who is he? Who is this guy?
Who's this guy?
Where does he come from?
This guy?
What's his story?
Marceau?
Yeah.
We gotta find out more about this guy.
I'm gonna message him and be like, "What are you all about? You're so good at making Kelsey and Hamzy look bad. You're not allowed to do that."
By all accounts, I mean, his entry to PUBG Mobile was fairly recent, all things considered. At the end of 2023, he played in the PMCO for the Europe season. Did win that one out, and then has been on a few teams. He's been on Black Esports. He's been on Besiktas Black, Paradise Fire, and then transitioned to S2G after that. So, and that only came through really quite recently. So, a very good pickup for the roster.
Yeah. Really cool player, really good. Lots of damage he's done in this circle. And this lobby. Oh, the tournament. 77, 3 players. Moving. Oh, towards that western side. They do have 1 more player. They're not only on 3, they're on 4. But Shifu is quite far away from the rest of the team right now on the southeast side. They will pick him up, though.
Getting them back in to fighting form. 3 teams close by.
S2G, man.
I mean, what more do you want? If you're an S2G fan,
you're upset.
Stamping your feet, you're cheering. What? What do you mean?
No, you're upset.
Yeah, I mean, losing a player, sure, but they still have. I mean, if you talk about the circle, probably the best spot.
Yeah, I have a feeling they're going to throw.
Okay. Who takes it from them? That's the question.
I don't know, man. This one's not an analytical standpoint. It's just a feeling. I've got a gut feeling.
Shots to the gut from Magnum.
Throw. Yeah.
Pretty poor feeling for the opposing forces. Standing in the way of his barrel. 77. Continue to put pressure around the side. RCB caught in the crunch. Now Fireflux playing on as 2, with Lux getting that heal off just, and the rotate comes through. That's the circle that you want if you're an S2G fan. Now you are clapping.
Yeah. Hopefully S2G can do the same to the other teams in the lobby, of course.
Ooh, dear.
77. Ooh, Lux, go on. Go on, my son.
Okay, finds a second. That was really quite close. Should definitely have gone down. I think we saw about 15 shots from the auto shotty going wide of the mark at close range, which is not what you want to see for 77. Zeus. Oh, a second nade. Rita, go on, get the distance on it. That's a good arm, but maybe long on the cook. No. Oh, does the damage, but doesn't quite get the knock. They are just behind enough cover.
I think he might have benefited more from just fully committing with the rest of the squad.
Maybe.
The rest of the team's stuck further down, but a lot of death crates here. I think that's from 77 to slurp up on. Yeah, Troll 2030, Zeus. Both pretty passive in this game. I think more understandable for Troll 2030 considering the spot they had. Wow, what a shot from Zadira though.
Ooh, catches Maniac on the cross. Really nice pickup there. 77, the only team with 4 players alive. They've been sweeping through. They've got a lot done so far. Zeus taking damage from an off angle from S2G as S77 trying to turn that corner. But with S2G on the shots, Zeus's approach is going to be given a little bit of cover. However, they're already taken low by the nade put around the corners, and Zadira moves in beautifully under the cover of the smoke. That was a nade from his teammate. Hang on a minute. Sabotage. What's going on there? Investigation.
Sabotage.
Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa! What are you? What? We're not licensed for that.
Audio jungle.
Audio jungle. Audio jungle.
It's like the this is the saving grace moment every time.
Absolutely.
Quick, use the word. Is that okay, Gandalf impression?
I was imagining him just shouting audio jungle in the middle of his speech on the bridges of Castle.
That's actually quite good. Yeah.
Servant of the secret flame, wielder of the audio jungle, you shall not strike. How's that?
Strike.
Yeah, like copyright strike.
Oh, okay. Lord.
Yeah.
Hard to say. I'll be very upset for a second though.
I mean, come on. Did you know that in the books, the line is "you cannot pass"?
No, I didn't know that.
And they changed it in the film to "you shall not pass," which is much better.
But also cannot makes more sense.
That is true. Potentially.
Yeah.
Once again, we're digging into Lord of the Rings lore. It's only match 2. And there we go. So S2G get
Stop it.
the center of the circle.
We'll be here all day.
Did you know in that scene where Viggo Mortensen kicks the helmet, he actually broke his toe?
He actually broke his toe. Yeah, I did know that.
He actually broke his toe, bro. Painful.
Did you know one of the helicopters actually went down during filming?
Did you know that they actually really hiked to the top of the mountain in full armor?
Did you know that they had to use special contact lenses because the guy who plays Frodo,
Elijah Wood.
Elijah Wood, his eyes were too blue.
Nade over the top. Ooh, nearly catching Shifu there. I've got more in the back pocket. I'm locked and loaded for it, but I think we do have to focus on this because S2G on their major defense now in the center of stage 7 circle as it closes.
See if the gut feeling comes true.
All right. Okay. You thought they were going to throw it away. Right now, I feel like they've weathered the worst of the storm, but now they are into open waters against warships with cannons pointed at them. Out of the storm into the battle.
That would be a cool scene. For S2G, that is.
Oh.
Trovo, Salom goes down.
Zadira. Not going to go down just yet. Yusuf as well for Trovo 2030. They've made a valiant crossing. Marcelo's the last to stand for them, though. Shifu with the shots downhill is going to get lit up and actually takes the knock. A nade over the top for Magnum. Bounces back. No, it manages to tag the damage on through. It's going to get sprayed at across the way. But 77 losing that outpost player is going to be potentially really quite impactful there. They did have the numbers advantage. That's going to get taken away from them. But Marceau's knocked on the back lines. Potential opening for Twisted Minds to come through and do more damage from the top rope.
Yeah, Twisted Minds need to have a little bit more impact. 77, they've had a fantastic game this time around, playing it really slow and cautious from the eastern side, but racking up 15 eliminations is quite the feat here. Very, very nicely done. How many more is there potential in the lobby? Another 5, so 20-point game potential.
S2G, only 5 eliminations here. I want to scrape the rest of them off the floor of this lobby. Lord. Can't peek there, mate. Zadira sees to it. But back behind the rock, they still have the high ground. 77, center of the circle here. With the next close, they do have the middle of it as well, and it will close to the dead center. this fight between S2G and Twisted Minds is going to have to pop off first, right? Zadira and the rest of 77 can take a back seat on this.
Yeah, it's a very smart setup. I mean, look at that. That looks scary to me. That looks very terrifying to me. For S2G or Twisted Minds, S2G just want to steal away these eliminations, but they're in no position to do so. 17 elims. This could be a 20-pointer.
It really could. I mean, the highest I think we've seen so far was...
Cool 19.
Was it 19? Was it 19 from Team Spirit?
Yeah, cool 19.
Yeah, very cool 19.
This would be a spicy 20.
Ooh, they need Lord and both of S2G.
If they take down Lord...
There we go.
There it is. Now it's confirmed. It's confirmed.
Unless S2G deny the points, because Kaus has got a Molotov.
Yeah, don't kill yourselves. That's...
In the game.
In-game. That would be really annoying. I'd want to see a 20-pointer go to a team here.
Ooh, Kelsey knocked. And the next as well. As 77 look to put up a record-breaking game. There's the points. It is 2-0 on the elim count, and we are going all the way to a 30-point match. 77. What a way to sweep through. S2G, you were right. They choke. They cannot handle the pressure.
Yeah, I think that it was less that last moment there where it was a big problem for them, but a little bit earlier in the game where they kept giving away players. That was the most half-hearted celebration to a game ever I've seen, where you've just got the thumbs up. I don't know, that kid, the kid on that GIF that goes,
Yes, it appears we have won this game, gentlemen. Very good. Very good. Should we go for another? Yeah, it's a spot of another game. I think so.
I've got a question. Why do you think he wears his jacket like that?
I was not paying attention to who you're talking about. Therefore,
drapes it over it. I think it's Zadira. He drapes it over his shoulders.
Elbows?
But then doesn't use the sleeves.
Oh, I see. I feel like that's something
Sherlock
you would
Holmes type of deal.
I feel like that's something you would do. And you would think you were being enigmatic.
Yeah, if I was younger and I was also at an esports team, 100%.
Yeah, I think so too.
Actually reasonable. Yeah, I'm not going to question anymore. You can do what you want. It's pretty cool.
Exactly. He's just a cool guy who wins games.
You're so mysterious, bro.
Absolutely. To be fair, it could also be that you're just getting up from your chair and you want to take your jacket with you, but you don't want to put it on. So you're just like, okay, I'll just lift that off.
He does it during game as well.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I've seen them.
It's like constricting on the arms, like he needs more mobility.
Limbo boom.
Sorry. Okay. All right. 20 eliminations, but only 2.7k damage. I feel like that number is fairly low for 20 eliminations, although it is still, in general, very high.
Yeah, I mean, 2,700 damage, pretty quick. Honestly, that's a lot of confirms on the elims. That is a few steals that have come through from 77 there, 100%. Because realistically, you're looking at more like 3,000 damage total. But very, very well done to 77. And S2G not able to take it all the way through. I think they need to play a little bit more passively. Or at least try and sweep out towards 77 and like take up their space on the map. But
I mean, they lost a player early, right? Like on their hold, they went down to 3.
Silly.
And it changes the dynamic of the game very, very dramatically, right? If you have that fourth player alive in that position, you can do a lot. Shifu,
yeah, you're right.
Top of the damage. And that's probably where a lot of those extra points came from, right? Look at what Magnum was able to do. 6-2 on knockouts and eliminations. Definitely putting profit on the map. Although 7 knockouts for Zadira, that guy was pulling a shift.
Yeah. Ooh, wow. Look at that. Graphics operator not pulling any punches against these guys.
Wow.
He barely made it over the top of the graph. What are you doing?
Yeah, all right.
We playing it. It's also quite funny that the top damage dealers here is Guild in 5th place with 1 elim.
Yeah, well, you know.
I don't think you should get a bar for that, personally.
Yeah, it's let's retract that bar. You've been debarred, Guild.
Debarred.
Unfortunate.
Well done, Shifu. Strong. This is the same guy giving the little thumbs up at the end of the game. A half-hearted one at that. Despite doing 922 damage. This is a pretty good game, guys.
That's quite a lot of damage.
Not like we just broke the record.
Like, oh, we got like 20 elims, guys? Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I guess, you know.
It's pretty good, guys. Yeah, pretty good.
Ain't no thing. It's not a big deal. Stop making it a big deal. Go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize.
It's only a record-breaking game. The most eliminations we've seen in a single match since the start of the tournament's unfolding, and most likely the most eliminations we're going to see for the rest of the tournament as well. I mean, ain't no big deal. We'll see if anyone's able to have an even bigger lack of a deal in our next match after the break.
Bye now. For now.
%88 of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
77 fans rejoice as they were able to.
77 of them.
Yeah, 77. Well, 77 fans and the rest of the fans of 77 rejoice as they find a chicken dinner
dozens of us.
at the end of last. Aaron, I don't know if you've seen the chat, but there's more than a dozen. They are really showing their support, which is nice. Over on the overalls, though, they are now up in 3rd place with 14 matches played. They are catching up to Heroic, who have not been starting off strong today.
No, they have not. I think they've got 2 points so far.
3
points? Sorry. I wrong by 1.
I forgive you.
You calm down.
But you're still wrong. Bozo.
You chill out on your numbers right now. It's ridiculous behavior. But yeah, well done to 77. Bing bang, 30 points, you're in 3rd place.
Easy. Just so easy. If you wanted to win, you would.
3rd.
That is what I did say the other day. If they wanted to win,
enjoyers.
they would. And they are now enjoyers of many points.
Yep. I like that. You were right, actually. They just needed to win.
Yeah.
Just needed to win. There's football is chaos, though.
Really. Yeah.
So sad. So sad to see football is chaos down here.
Are they going to be able to overtake Guild, though?
I think they have the weirdest rotations out of the entirety of the lobby. They should do.
What
yeah.
makes you say that?
Good question, and one I'll happily answer. I think that they take rotations that have little to no scouting, and or I actually, it sounds really bad, but some of them feel almost like there was not much thought put into it other than we need to get to that compound.
It's like a pug style rather than actual tournament play.
Yeah. Like they're playing with Fog of War on right now. And they're just getting to the spot. However,
substitution.
Here's a little cheeky thing for you. Jakey in. There he is at the end of the table. Much smaller than everyone else, though.
Do you know how many zeros are playing in this game?
None.
0. That's right.
0 zeros.
0 zeros. That's unfortunate.
Do you know?
By the way, it'll be interesting to see if that changes up the dynamic within Guild, right? That's potentially going to be a momentum shift. The thing that we've criticized them for is obviously their passivity in the engagements that they're presented with. So maybe Jakey's going to get a little bit more aggy with it.
Could do. Oh, Jakey style.
A little bit more froggy fresh.
Froggy fresh with the Jakey. I'm trying to find someone that goes with Jakey, and I just cannot, unfortunately. It's really annoying me.
Jakey Japery?
I don't know. I don't like that either.
Yeah, I'll get back to you. It's super strong.
Yeah, I think they should just sub Wagner out. What's he doing?
Ooh, bit rude. Bit rude.
Yeah, but statistically required.
Statistically, you're right.
Thanks. Which leads me to believe that Wagner is IGLing.
I mean, there's soft value, right, in a lot of players, and sometimes the stats don't really bear that out. I mean, the prime example is Kitsune, right, from Team Spirit.
He was doing good, though.
He was, yeah, and he does have his days, but in general, he is being outperformed on the stats by the rest of his roster. However, the rest of his roster is given those opportunities by the way that Kitsune organizes them. And if you guys want to help organize the PMSL, then you can have an impact by filling in the survey. Look over to the chat now. There should be pinned messages. There should be some indication of how to fill that one out. Make sure that you have your say about the future of the PMSL.
That's correct. You gotta get yourself in on the survey, figure out what you don't like, what you do like. I know it's tough sometimes. Figure out what you do like and what you don't like. But please, do your best. Because I know you all will do your very best to let us know what is the best and what is the worst from the show.
So true.
Maybe not from what... The worst... It can't be that bad. I'm already defending the show. It can't be that bad.
It's not that bad, okay?
Find out what's kind of not so okay. For instance... Oh... Here it comes.
Oh yeah, we're back in.
All right, we actually we had a little internal discussion
That's right.
on the production team
Yeah, we did.
about the music,
Yes.
and it should turn off once this map feed goes.
But we're going to have to wait.
Should.
We're going to have to wait, though.
Yeah.
Just a little bit longer. I know. You're all holding your breath, but trust me.
Does it happen? Does it not happen? Make your
that
bets now.
diaphragm going
Drop a
up,
1 in
going
chat if
down.
you think it's going to be music or game. 2 in chat
Oh.
if you think the internal discussion went well.
Oh.
I'm not going to tell you if it did or not.
Yeah.
You have to make a educated
You don't even know if they
guess.
responded in the internal chat. We just send messages to each other saying
Yeah.
turn the music off. But we're not in control of that.
And because you guys are making the educated guess and I am somewhat under-educated, maybe I didn't confer it properly.
Yeah. You could have been speaking the wrong language by mistake.
Mm-hmm. Prepod's got pink hair.
Wow. What insight.
I mean, that is insight.
No, that's just sight.
Some would call it insight.
Okay. I don't think people who are correct would call it insight, though.
Okay. It was observation.
Okay, better.
Assisted
I'm
by
on board
sight.
with that. There we go. Brute Force not in the lobby. Heroic going to take up Novo. Guild's dropped down to the South Island as well, and maybe cause some problems for Na'Vi. The Circle drops quite far south as well. Fireflux going to take up the farm split on the north coast without Team Spirit in the lobby. And it's an interesting circle. It keeps almost all of the military island in, but in such a way that I feel like it's fairly unlikely actually to break down south there. So I think we're going to see a lot of teams moving into the south areas around Pachinki, around Farm, in that area around the coastline in general. Potential for teams to hold the bridges as well, like IWNRX, like Twisted Minds. They could really cause some problems there should the circle pop down south on a hard shift on the second phase. Okay, please. It's time. It's time. Okay, it's time now.
I did say maybe, my exact words were maybe not immediately.
Okay, maybe we're just going to wait for the fade out.
Maybe wait for the fade. Wait for the fade. Here it comes.
Okay.
It's coming.
Yes! It's gone!
There it is.
Brilliant! Successful
Wow.
internal conversations.
Oh, you pressed 1. You have been deceived.
Ooh.
It is an internal discussion that went very well. We all agreed upon it. Look, we did our own internal survey, and now you can do the survey that's dropping in the chat right now, or potentially soon. I don't have control over that, but we'll pretend like I do.
Yeah, absolutely. Blank organizes all surveys, which is surprising because there's loads of surveys.
There is a ton. There's a ton of surveys. Some of them reward the UC. Some of them do not reward the UC. Those are the surveys I do at the doctors, though. But typically, they assist me in other things. The surveys I do for PUBG Mobile always could be UC.
You do surveys at the doctor. Interesting.
Yeah, there's sometimes they're like,
Oh.
do you struggle breathing in the nighttime? I go, don't know, sleeping.
I don't know. I'm busy.
I'm asleep.
Why are you asking me that? Why are you so interested in me, weirdo? That's what you're saying.
Stop asking me about my sleep. Oh, man.
That's private information. You can't be asking me that.
You weird doctor, you.
You person who's concerned about my health? How dare you?
You want to know confidential information, do you? Don't tell me
Well,
that you will
answer
help
me
me.
these questions 3.
Three.
Fill out my survey. How about that?
Oh, dear me.
I bet they ask everyone the same question. But you're not special.
Yeah, probably
Not to
not.
them.
Well, it's a server. They hand it out.
Oh, Brute's going backsies on the bike. Look at that. Side saddle.
Yeah.
Very demure. Very mindful.
What do you mean, demure? Do you know what demure means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
Oh, dear. You've
In a
not been
woman,
watching a lot of TikTok
in a
recently,
woman,
haven't you?
reserved and shy.
Yeah, you've not been watching a lot of TikTok, have you?
No. But that doesn't change what the word means.
No, but it's very much a current catchphrase on the internet.
Exactly. But a catchphrase does not mean changes what the word means at all.
That doesn't. You just don't get it.
I don't. I patently
Boomer.
do not understand.
I'm older than you, and you're a boomer.
Yes.
You're being a boomer right now.
I am being a boomer.
Stop it.
I
I'll
feel
start
like
saying skibbity at you, and then you'll be sorry.
Yeah, but skibbity has its own meaning.
Okay. All right. Well,
But demure
Right now-
is already in the Oxford Dictionary.
77 hitting them with the Ohio skibbity plays right now.
You have
No cap.
negative aura after
You are-
using
look.
demure in the wrong instance.
That was correct. He was looking very demure on the back of the bike.
What do you... No, he was not looking reserved or shy.
He was. He was cross-legged. You just don't get it. You just don't understand.
You have done... You've done a problem.
I've riled you, haven't I?
No!
Take it up with Mr. Talk.
You've rumbled me in using weird words.
It's a real word, and it's appropriate for the situation.
It was
given that it's
not appropriate for the situation.
I'm about to phone up Susie Dent right now.
It's inappropriate.
I'm going to phone Susie Dent, and she's going to say, blank, you're being silly.
I'm not. I'm being real with you. And you're
You're not being very
word
demure
usage.
right now, and I don't like it.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Yeah. You need to be more mindful.
No, I can't be demure.
Very cutesy.
Not a woman.
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Anyone can be demure. What are you talking about?
Look, let me do it for you. Demure definition, Oxford.
Yeah,
Adjective, brackets, of a woman or girl. I cannot be demure as I am a man, John.
Yeah, but Google disagrees. Reserved, modest, and shy, typically used of a woman.
Okay,
There you go.
fair enough.
But I'm trying to break the mold. So basically what you're doing is oppression.
What do you mean it's oppression?
Stop oppressing me using words in different ways.
I'm not oppressing you.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to educate you a little bit.
Don't you dare. Don't you
That's
dare
all.
try and give me reasons about things.
That's okay. It's okay, bro.
You're just
I'm
not
just-
tuned in, you know.
I'm just trying
you
to
just
tell
don't have
the-
your finger on the pulse, and that's okay.
It's fine. I'm just
Look.
all I'm trying to tell you.
I bet you our social media managers who run PUBG Mobile Official on TikTok know.
Well, that's
they're gonna
fine.
agree with
if
me.
if you'd like to be one of the masses that follow this strange and bizarre trend of calling everything demure, you may be that person. That's okay.
You're boomer right now.
I absolutely
You're
am.
boomer coded.
I go against the trends.
You are.
I go against the current.
You are millennial maxing. Right
I am a free-thinking fish.
now.
You are.
No, you're
unfortunate-
stuck in your ways, Stanley. That's who you are.
You're part of the school of fishes. All go the same direction.
I'm a
Into
nimble
the
belly.
whale's
I
mouth.
move with the times.
I don't think you do.
Ah.
I think you follow the times.
Yeah, I move with them.
You're a follower.
I'm a flow goer,
I'm like a leader.
leading from the back.
Oh, yeah, of course. In the
Oh,
opposite
dear.
direction.
And then you're on your own, and nobody's listening to you. And you're like, guys, look at this, and you're like, oh,
I don't need anyone else.
wait, okay,
I just need me.
all right. I'm telling Amy. that
You
said
can
that.
do. She knows.
You know you, right? Don't need you.
I'm like Ed Sheeran.
Are you?
Yeah.
Ginger.
I don't need you, man. You need me.
Oh, all right. That's fair enough.
See, that one was appropriate for the situation.
Oh my god. You're having a riot today.
Oh, I'm writing.
You are rioted.
Yeah.
You are bellicose.
I'm on parade right now.
You are bellicose today.
I'm like a bull.
No,
On parade.
it means warlike.
No. That's what I'm saying. I'm on parade.
Are you?
Yeah, like a bull.
You got a pocket full of shells.
Yeah. Riding around the family.
We've got a real 90s theme to your musical references today.
Yeah, probably. I was listening to a lot of it earlier, actually.
That's pretty good. It's a good song. You ever
See,
heard
this is
Denzel
the
Curry's cover?
No, because like I said earlier, I go against the trends. I rage against the machine.
Yeah, Denzel Curry covered it. It's a really good cover.
Yeah, you shouldn't cover that.
It's a very good cover.
Is it actually? Oh, well,
Yeah.
I'll maybe listen later.
Yeah, anyway.
Maybe you'll put me on something.
Na'Vi have been moving on up from the military island, but they have been cleft in twain, I tell you. As Axa and Flip, they have been deceived into thinking that they were safe on the crossing. However, not to be the case. The blue zone, ooh, it's going to tag them down. And that's Zeus out. Na'Vi, however, still losing 2 players, both to the hands of Zeus. And the circle has popped over towards the east side of Potato Hill, keeping a little bit of the area around school and apartments still in. On the northwest side, RCB taking up that position right now. And again, S2G, slap bang in the center. So can they convert this time?
You'd hope so. You want S2G to do well, honestly.
You do?
Oh my god. Coughing.
You're coughing?
Not me.
Oh, okay.
Get out!
What? Who are you shouting at? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just prevent the stream from hearing any coughing going on right now.
Who's coughing? Is it the cat?
It's my cat.
It's your cat. You've got a coughing cat.
Yeah, I've got a coughing cat. It specifically came in here and just coughed.
It's just being a coffee cat.
I don't know why he would do that.
That's so rude.
He was.
Talk about the spray down, actually. That's what's rude. Na'Vi, what? They are still here. Okay, they've been here since the rest of their team has gone down. And Guild were like, okay, surely that fight has concluded and they've left now, right?
No.
But Jakey, the sub in,
Finger wag.
he's dead, mate.
I'm back. I'm back for some more.
It's back to the bench for you, Jakey.
Yeah, I mean, he tried his best.
Did last the longest out of anyone on the team.
I should have, like I said, should have. Whacked me.
What?
Shit.
Stop it.
I don't know.
Stop it.
No, they're pretty sure if he's IGLing, then it's impossible to get rid of him.
Yeah, definitely is. Nades in as Power trying to control this aggression from Vibes, but it's not going super well right now. 2 players alive for Vibes. The knocks are thick and fast over towards Power. 3 players down on the floor. Okay, did manage to catch one, but I think he needed his own teammate. Look at the cleanup by old Power as he steps in, goes left, goes right. Doesn't find the player who is alive and kicking, though. Easy the lot.
Wow.
Third party.
That's a hell of a shot from IWRX. No more crawling around that building for you, sir.
Looking like the sniper from Saving Private Ryan right there. Right down the scope.
Yes, actually. Yes. I was thinking of a different film then. I was like, that's an odd reference, but okay.
I don't even know which film you were thinking of. But it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, does not matter.
Just curious.
Curious. Mark Wahlberg.
S2G Central. Good news. Yet again.
They are in a
What
good
have they got?
spot.
They
How many
really
players
are.
do they have? How many players do they have, John?
They got so many players.
No, just give me the
They
number.
got 4 players.
That's good. That's right.
Yeah.
Well done.
The best players.
We'll be doing some more
So
of these
good.
math tests later today, but for the time being, that's good enough for me. 4
Oh, yes,
players.
I can get into kindergarten. Finally qualify.
You can. You can. You can also have nap time.
Nice.
But not until this game finishes. But yeah, for S2G, well done to them. 4 players, strong spot. 2 games in a row. although they didn't get too far that last game, kind of stumbled, fell, hit the heads against the floor this time around. Potential for them to do quite well here. My only worry is the circle moves up towards that northwest side. Northeast side, sorry. Then it becomes actually quite hard for a lot of teams down towards the southwest to move up. A lot of them, at the moment, are taking refuge behind Potato Hill. They'll have to excavate themselves from that location soon, using pickaxe and shovel.
But when you are talking about the circle plane, I mean, S2G are in the best spot.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. All these fights on the rim, you're right, they do have to conclude, right? It's not going to be an easy excavation, as you say.
Yeah, on the rim.
They're not going to be able to pull a Steve and dig a tunnel through the mountain. It's not going to happen.
Steve?
Yeah.
Steve who?
Name of the character from Minecraft.
Oh.
Yeah. The player character is called Steve by default.
I thought you... I'm going to get back to you on this.
Okay. Interesting.
Yep. Sorry.
Were you thinking like Steve McQueen from The Great Escape?
No.
Okay.
I was not.
You thinking of...
Think of Andy from Shawshank.
Andy Dufresne. Yeah.
Yeah. Incorrect. Like Andy and Steve are kind of like... They're names in the same category of... That's... pretty generalized name.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah.
Dufresne, though. Pretty obscure.
Second name, though. Not a first.
True, but it is a name.
I think you need to Andy refrain yourself from bringing that up every game.
Whoa. All right. Okay.
Stop it.
What have I done? What have I done to upset you? I just don't know. Vibes and Fireflux clashing under the watchful eyes of Heroic, but Heroic have taken a knock. Walsh has to hit the deck. Spray to Kevin, not going to connect. As Walsh backs off, Volt is down already. The regroup comes through. The south side fight between Vibes, Fireflux, and Heroic continues as a nade goes straight on through the middle. How many of that did it connect onto? That was so much damage, I'm sure, but not really going to do too much. Volt does go down to it, though. And Kevin does get knocked from that nade. Okay, so it took one, took the knock, but the fight has cleaned itself up.
S2G, please win this game. This is less of a request and more of a you should. Technically win this one out. We could show some Walsh as per usual. I mean, Walsh has been the guy for Heroic so far. Yeah, he is literally Heroic. The whole team. Not only adjectivized as Heroic, but he is the team. There's no one else quite like him.
He's definitely hard carry right now for the roster.
Yeah. Jafar's kind of cool, but he pops off so infrequently that it's hard to back him.
Yeah. And Kevin's French, so.
Oh. I mean, that would be mean for me to go in on. But I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I understand.
It's unfortunate. But, you know, someone had to be French. It's him and Maxman just...
Quite a few guild players that are French.
That is true. We did have the whole French roster of, what was it, Game Lord into SBG, into...
what was the other one? Shockwave?
Oh, it came... Was it Shockwave? Did they go under Shockwave for a while?
I think Shockwave just had a bunch of French players. Just naming French players now.
Okay.
French teams.
Well, it was like Narvalo...
Not on Shockwave, no.
Not on Shockwave, no.
No.
Yeah, like Narvalo, Snowix, Robs. Very powerful French players. And one of them going to be in this fight here. Hopping, skipping a jump. In through the window with the DBS. Works it out. Nade into the top floor. He's not going to be there. Don't be silly. Robs repositions. Lewis now last standing for Black Esports. Twisted Minds are looking to sweep through this compound, try and transition through it as well. A great opportunity for them to have a launching point for their aggression down to the south. What she'll need to come through. Lord spotted from the off angle, by the way. Football is Chaos with a 2-2 split across the roads. Taking shots at Coops now as well. Lewis may just have this fight concluded for him, but not going to be able to live to see it as the nade connects.
Yeah, nade gets in there. Very nice to see. S2G biting their fingernails, awaiting the onslaught from a lot of the squads. Will be coming towards their direction soon.
Walsh.
Come on, Walsh. You can
The
do
entirety of Heroic still alive behind that rock.
all 4 of their players consolidated into one lone position.
Whoa, a 4-player nade
That's wild.
from Dokenma. Takes out the entirety of
flush.
Heroic with just one explosion. Nearly flushes out everybody as well. But they rotate, they fold back. They don't need to go for this aggression. And Yekta nails the shot.
Just like offed himself up as well. It was so polite. On top of the
I
rock.
must go. My people need me.
Send me back to the lobby. Immediately.
That's right.
KS2G. Alright.
Okay, I see that
Very
circle on.
passive. Very passive from
Very.
Sutiga.
Would you say that they're being a little bit
No. No. I would not.
demure?
No.
No, not
No.
demure.
No, I would absolutely say they were not being demure. Right
Okay. Very mindful then.
now. No.
Of their surroundings.
No.
They are. You can see they're looking every direction.
No. I would say.
No,
Right
it's not
now.
bath time. You don't just have to keep saying no. Like, come on.
What do you mean I love bath time? Who the hell do you think I am? I'd say yes to a bath every time.
You stinky guy. That's who you are.
No, there's like a fair few baths.
Get
Do you know what the
off
bath
the
is?
Stinky.
Do you know what the bath is? The washing
bath.
machine of life.
Whoa. I always thought that was the washing machine, but I believe you. RCB taking a lot of shots from the very central S2G. And this is the compound that they were looking to take control of everything around them from, and it seems to be going fairly successfully. Taking down RCB, the only team up on the high ground away from them, is also really good news, because it means that... Oh wait, no, Trovo 2030, they're still up there. They've got their cleats on, clinging to the rock face.
This is where Sutiga need to start expanding their presence a bit. Being a little bit more watchful. Because they need to have some kind of impact. Right now,
Yeah.
no impact.
They're just being really quite shy. Like, very reserved in their position.
No, it's
And
cowardice.
they're not really flexing out at all.
Cowardice.
Yeah, very well, you know.
Cowardice.
Yeah, for sure. Twisted Minds. On the north side, looking to try and flank around them, potentially get an opportunity to crash into this compound with 3 players alive. It is doable, but getting rid of the outpost from the Galaxy first would have been necessary. Now with 2, pretty unlikely that they can make this work with S2G. Hearing those shots behind them, they'll know there's players out there. They've been scouting this area, hearing those vehicles move as well. Enigma Galaxy do fall, and Twisted Minds are on 2. Footballers Chaos over on the east side. I mean, this kind of is the only other team that has a shot in right now, with Trovo 2030 losing one of their players on a flank. Going to be very troublesome for them to do anything else.
Yeah, for S2G, it's been quite a placid game, I'd say, for them. They need to be a little bit more on the ball here, and I think they're very concerned with keeping all 4 players alive. And that makes a lot of sense to me at the moment, which is why they are so restrained and modest in their gameplay thus far.
Yeah, I definitely would agree. I think that's accurate as a description of what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
S2G. Smokes are starting to clear now. More suppression over to the ridge lines, but they're going to have to break down south. Still being as shy as they've been. Coops cannot sidestep the buggy. Not this time around. His teammate going to spray it towards Kelsey, but Kelsey fumbles a little bit, crashes the tree, but does have the cover of the buggy, and that is the second player going on out. S2G can now flex out freely, but Footballers Chaos have moved in ahead of this. I like that push in. They've done the scouting this time, Blank. And look at that. It's worked.
Yeah, it's much better. They've gone from being quite passive to now quite aggressive, which is good to see. I mean, they must, in terms of clearing out these angles, if they want to win, they take a bit more of a standoffish approach towards a lot of the squads in this area, which I like to see. I respect it. For some reason, I thought that was a different teammate from a different team throwing that. It was like a distraction tactic. Yeah.
Whoa, look at these bandages. Bah, bah, bah.
Look over there.
Yusuf's going to need a couple of bandages, but I think he might need a little bit more than that, actually, now, as he is done and dusted.
A crate placement.
A Yusuf-shaped crate. A hole in the hearts of Trovo 2030.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
It'd be quite good for me. I'd enjoy that. Perfect recreation.
Yekta's in danger, but Storm maybe more so. Marso.
Come on, Marso. Wow, he is in enemy territory right now.
He's secret agent Cody Banks, but he stands up and strikes perfectly. Nico with a chance to answer, steps wide and into the nade. That is definitely not the direction you want to go. Swash, though, cooking something. Let's see how tasty it is, because they know this tree is there now. That's a big nade right underneath him. That's perfectly found, but Marso gets lit up from the sidelines as Turvo 2030 step up for it. You can see immediately that response comes through from the back lines, but there's the spray down. They cannot get this cover off, and Marso will go down. Turvo 2030 cutting S2G down to size.
Yeah, I think Marso was maybe a little bit too far into enemy territory. Dug in too deep, some might even say. And like you said,
found the Balrog.
Yeah. And like you said, in terms of just running out into that nade, I think that because the loot crate acts as such a immovable object, you should more often than not play around it. Did you hear that?
Were you getting cat attacked again?
No, it's like a beep outside.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure. I don't think I heard it.
Yeah, sometimes I hear like the police sirens come through from you.
Yeah, they do like to just move at high speeds down the road outside me with their loud sirens going.
Just sounds like
they're responding to an emergency.
Our
brave emergency responders.
Yeah, it's just
they need to get the job done.
Your area.
Yeah, I think I might be near a depot.
Are you a troublemaker?
Yeah, it's actually all for me.
Yeah,
I get told off. I make too much noise when S2G start to frag.
Oh, I was wondering what that was. It's the old flying M4 bug. Like, who's behind him?
No. I
wonder if that's visible to other players.
9 eliminations for S2G so far. This is a lot better of a tally for them.
No one
looking at that hillside.
Though.
There's no one up there. But
Yeah.
I'm worried that there is. Swash, I think Nico knows he's here.
This is
Rosa
overall
as well.
very odd.
I think Marcelo wins these.
It's 4 versus 3
versus 1.
Oh, S2G.
Uh-oh.
Suttiger, man. This is bad.
Bad times.
Disappointing, realistically.
Yeah, they know Marcelo's here. I know I said he wins these, but... Oh.
On Hamzy as well.
Okay.
Horrendous.
Uh-oh. Kelsey knows. Everybody knows. Marcelo doesn't know nothing no more. Can't know anything when you don't have a head.
Again.
Confiscated.
Ooh.
Footballers Chaos. With all 4 players alive, get the final nade. And we'll put the final nail in the coffin for S2G. They go bye-bye. Second place yet again.
So, why do you think that happened, Joe?
They didn't flex out aggressively enough early on. They could have swept on the northern side, third-party engagement.
That's very good.
Cleaned out their flank.
Okay.
And pushed down south.
And let's take this a little bit further. We're going to do some more testing, some surveying of you. Trovo 2030 played an important role in that. If they had moved out earlier, what else they might have found out?
you're making very specific points about movements, and I'm not on the same page. You
They
tell
would
me
have
your
found
thoughts.
out that Trover 2030 was somewhere over on that eastern side, in which case Marcel wouldn't have made such an aggressive push out down towards Footballers Chaos. And they may have had a much better time pitting Trovo versus Footballers Chaos, controlling the high ground towards their north, which they were worried there was a team up there as well. Surely because there's just not enough scouting going on from S2G in these moments. They had center. You can't just while away the hours in that position. Like we said, very placid game from S2G. On the other hand, Footballers Chaos, with their crazy and wild rotates, managed to find themselves at least a position circle and have a good idea of where everyone was around them, because they'd already taken shots at them as they moved on in. So for S2G, concerning gameplay, twice in a row.
But they have still gotten a very decent scoreline from it, right? They have been given the circle twice, which
From being given the circle.
helps them with that. But they've got, what was it, 17 points in the last match or something similar? Maybe not quite that many. It was certainly over 10, and getting 15 on this match as well. I mean, that's good, right? Like that's success. Heroic and IWNRX, if we ignore everything except for the points, successful. IWNRX and Fireflux both having poor games. Heroic on 4 points as well, getting 3 elims there. Again, not finding that success, and the wind is certainly looking to be out of the sails right now for Heroic, who were the only team competing anywhere close to the averages that we were seeing from Team Spirit.
Yeah, the mountain looks so tall at the moment. Very difficult to climb for Heroic, and I think that if you get one of those Willem Dafoe memes from the Lighthouse, just looking upwards, that's how it must feel for a lot of squads, seeing Team Spirit's scoreline. It's a tough one. It's a real tough one so far. I'm sad for Heroic because I really had hoped they would continue a kind of performance. I mean, Walsh is still doing really good, though. Very, very proud of him. Marceau, highest damage at 828, so still a significant performance from him. But a lack of information does lead to his demise.
Yeah, the saving grace for S2G, they got quite a few more eliminations than they did in that last match earlier on. I think they went into the final phases with about 5 or 6 elims, so they did get more success on that front. So potentially, maybe a little bit more profitable, but plenty to fix for S2G, because it was Footballers Chaos to take the chicken dinner.
Ta-ra.
You color my eyes, I'm not the enemy. You see my disguise, you tell me I am clean. You save my soul, I'm on my knees. I wanna wash it all away. If I walk on the line, oh, will you wait for me?
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
It is time to take a break from the chaos of Battle Royale. We're going for a TDM in the warehouse. Fast-paced, action-packed, legendary performances from any team that dares to step foot on in. Well, at least from one team every single time. This time around, Na'Vi were able to get the MVP call-out from yesterday, and they will be taking on... Not Na'Vi, Team Spirit. There you go.
No.
Wait,
Team
what?
Spirit. Not Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's what I said. Well, I corrected myself after you'd said no, which is...
No, after you'd seen it.
What? Oh, okay, sure. Anyway, Team Spirit and Zeus...
Wow.
Will be fighting just as fiercely as apparently Blank's fighting me. What's going on?
I'm not fighting you.
You fighting?
I was just trying to help
Are we
you.
doing this? Are we thrown down?
No, because it's not in the same room.
Oh.
I'd
yeah,
take
that
you
makes
on.
sense. I don't have that much reach.
I'd take you on in the warehouse.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
Alright, okay. I'm ready for it.
See where Matic is right there? That's where I'd hide.
Oh, now you told me. I'm just going to nade you.
Or was it a fake out?
Whoa, no, you can't be doing that.
Actually, I'd hide in here.
No fibs. No fibs in the warehouse.
Oh, would I hide on top of the warehouse?
I don't think you can get up there.
No clip.
Stubby little legs. Wait.
I do not have stubby little legs. What the hell?
No, you do have long,
There. That's right.
appropriately proportioned legs.
I actually have quite a long torso.
Do you?
Yeah.
So you do have stubby little legs. I knew it.
No, I'm still got long
Comparatively.
legs. Yeah, comparatively. Yeah.
Comparative.
It's not. That sounds like I'm all torso, no leg.
You just one big torso.
Essentially a worm.
Blank, the worm-based caster.
I'm in the earth. I'm in the grounds.
He's creating fertilizer for your plants.
I'm bringing the verbal tremors.
He's decomposing the plays.
I could do.
Oh.
Decompostify them. This is a shoddy performance from Team Spirit so far. Disappointed.
It's very dirty. Not good or cool. I think it was Effect who was the MVP, who got the call-out match.
You're right.
And they obviously called out Zeus, but they brought it back a little bit. They found their footing.
Probably have to play in TDM for 3 days in a row.
They have. Every single day that they played this week, they have been the MVP call-out. It won't be today, obviously. This is the only time we'll see Team Spirit today. So hopefully they can do well. $500 more if they can.
That was a nice shot from Rita.
Sneaky.
What are those like what's really horrible biscuity things? Like the raisins sometimes in it. It's like a Rita something.
It's Rita Ora.
Is it?
No. That's like a singer.
Rita biscuits.
Okay. What? Ooh, I don't know. What are you talking about?
Oh no,
Which is unusual, because I'm generally up to speed on my biscuits.
Yeah, they do exist, like cookies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What I was thinking
It was a northern thing.
No.
Okay.
Dessert de choix.
French.
It's French biscuit.
Ah.
The dessert of choice. Or the French
Okay.
peoples.
Really?
Yeah. Fair enough. What's this, Sesh. If
Yeah?
Ure. I
If,
think that's just where it's located.
okay. I'm learning a lot about Rita biscuits that I don't even really know what they are. But no,
Look, they're
Zeus
almost like waffles.
leading out with 14 to 10, 4-point lead. 3 points now. Kitsune. Oh, could be a big side swipe here. 1, 2. Push back in. Team Spirit.
3 and 4.
Return.
13, 15. Give me some more.
There's one more. Hang on a minute. Zeus are playing in spawn.
Yes, Team Spirit would say that that was a flaw.
Are you trying to rhyme all your sentences sequentially?
I could be.
Because... But that would be a bore.
Well, I'm hesitant to still close this door.
If you're French and you're watching this, you might just say, "Alors, I can't believe that Zeus are in the lead."
Even so, spending so much time in Zeus's base, we're not really getting the warehouse tour.
Seems like right now Team Spirit are unsure, but they have got 2 points more on their score.
For how long will that last? As at least one player from Team Spirit falls to the floor.
No. I can't do it. I've got nothing.
When I see John unable to rhyme, sometimes I guffaw.
No. I can smell the guffaw coming. Oh no. I've been out syntaxed.
Stun grenades coming over the top, and nades as well. It's utility galore.
Matic doesn't want to go down here. Push back along the sidelines. Maniac turns the corner. But Nomi sends him back with a roar.
Effect. AWM in hand. This man's not Paul.
Taking him down left and right with the Orm.
Zeus attempting to get out of the situation, but only hearing screeches from their direction. Like eagles. All I can hear is calls.
Team Spirit pushing Zeus back to spawn. And they will take a bite out the apple all the way to the core.
Shrapnel being unreleased from the nays. A big spray down. Ooh, just look at all the gore.
Chopping them up like cabbages. They're making Zeus slaw. I like that one.
I think I'm out.
I was out.
I think you
but
win.
then I came back in.
You win.
I had plenty more.
I think we've done more 3
Yeah,
times now.
we should do more. Done more. Let's make it 4.
Rhyming has now become a bit of a chore.
Oh dear. I don't think that a comeback for Zeus they can claw.
But Team Spirit, another $500 in their back pockets. Money is there, mi amor.
$36-28. Team Spirit looking to give them what for in this fight.
That's a good one. Yeah, that was quite good.
That was pretty good, wasn't it? Oh, he splash banged. He doesn't know where they are. He's unsure. And he turns the corner. Zeus. Button. Bullets down the gullet. Bad for the humors.
Oh, yeah, that's quite good. No. Yeah.
Reference to old school medicine there. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
The spirits aligned. Or was it like the black humor, the red humors, all that stuff?
I don't remember.
You got to drain the red humors, which is why they did blood draining back in the day. If you didn't know, came from the fact that someone wrote a wacky document on how you were feeling.
You just hate it when people write wacky documents.
Some guy was like so convinced on his ideas. We were like, "Oh, I reckon we stick a pin in that guy's head." That little place head echo.
Oh yeah, leeches. Yeah.
They are technically actually good though. They were found out to be good.
They're good boys.
Yeah.
Effect. Might just be able to shut us down here though, because they are 39 on the boards. It's first to 40. And it is Team Spirit to take a 3rd win on the trot in the warehouse. It has been pretty marvelous for them. They've earned $1,500 so far this week. They're not playing today, so they're not going to have the TDM challenge tomorrow. And I think that, that actually means they won't be able to get a 4th match in the warehouse this week, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
They are undefeated.
They are undefeated right now. 3 matches on the trot. Unfortunately, there will be no more teams on which to gnaw this week. That was my last one. I had to drop at least one more in.
They've taken all the meat off the bone. And it's raw. How's that?
Yeah,
my favorite.
Sense, but
my favorite was definitely chopping them up like cabbage. They're making Zeus slaw. That was
quite good. Yeah,
that's my best one.
I think I simply overwhelmed you.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
you did, and the sheer volume.
Sheer volume, but that one was clever. I like that. But yeah, well done, Team Spirit. There were $500 in the back pocket. Store that away with the rest of the money that they are undoubtedly going to win during this tournament. Wow.
Let's
3
go to
in a
break.
row. Break time, I reckon. Soon. Break
need
now.
We need
Who breaks? Do I break? Does the stream break? Who tells me? Who tells?
I think we're broken.
Who tells me?
Let's go
when
to a break. Goodbye for now.
Bye for now.
Bye now.
See you.
We've had 3 matches so far today, and we're moving on to match 4. That's right, the PMSL EMEA does not stop. We've got one more Erangel left to go. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank. We have recovered from TDM delirium, quite frankly, and we're now getting back into the Battle Royale.
You did 4 and then more. That's good.
Did I? Yeah, well, it wasn't intentional, but I think it's just subconscious at this point.
Yeah, probably. It's ingrained in the mind space.
Yeah.
Palace of rhymes.
You can't pull it out. That would be a bit too gory. As we're going to head on into the overalls, we're going to take a look. Of course, the Team Spirit still at the top. Maybe. Heroic, 126 points now. Still 0 chicken dinners and still 110 points behind Team Spirit. If they get 0 more points today, of course, that will maintain. But 77 are still chasing. They're doing pretty well so far on the day. And they have really kind of snuck up the inside track on us.
Can you get 0 more points?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah, well, so here's the thing. I think depending on what sort of systems you're working with in terms of your numbers, you can technically have positive and negative zeros, and they're different things. But that depends very much on the field of maths that you're working in.
So you could have 0 less games?
Yes.
That's so weird.
Yeah.
I guess if you did add 0 to something, and you still got 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
I mean, yeah, I can't
like
remember exactly which fields of maths, but I'm pretty sure that I learned something about it at one point in my maths education.
Education.
That's right. That's what I did.
Wow, I'd have been RX though. 80 points, John. 13th place. Not looking good right now for them. Goodness me.
They started pretty close to this tally. Today has not been the greatest for them. Trying to find where they were able to open the bidding, but they have been definitely denied the opportunity to unleash the beast with Monster Energy at monsterenergy.com/gaming. You can check out all the information there. But yeah, IWNRX, they started today on 76 points, so they've only gotten 4 points today, which is an average of 1 per map. And obviously 77 have just been adding all of these points that these other teams kind of not being able to achieve to their tally. It has been a great start to proceedings. Trovo 2030 as well. I've been seeing them quite late into the games, not quite as late as the other teams, but we're on to another opportunity now to change their fate as we head into our 3rd and final Erangel of the day. 2 Miramars to go after this. The music is kicking off, and that can only mean one thing. It's a plane, it's in the sky, and we're going from Novo to shooting range.
It's crazy. I can't believe it. We're in our 4th.
You told your voice.
What?
Nothing.
Who?
Carry on. What?
Told my voice what?
That is crazy. You're being overwhelmed.
I don't understand.
It's okay. Don't worry.
What is it reference to what?
I've already forgotten. At this point, we're going next. Heroic, still in Novo. Na'Vi, still in military. This time, the plane does allow the kick out to the east for a lot of teams. We had a western plane path before, making it a lot harder to break out that direction. And everybody is going to have to find their drop spot potential to go as far as Primorsk if you grab some vehicles on the south road. They'll have to get there first.
Yeah, getting down there, that's the first question. I told my voice that. That is definitely what needs to be done. Pre-pod back on the screen. With the pink hair. I seen it.
Oh, you did. Noted. North Circle.
Very North Circle.
All the way up top. Yeah, Guild are going to be happy here. Potential for them to really contest around some important crossings. I think Kelsey's position for S2G, you can see the vehicle has been taken away from underneath him, but I think that in general S2G could transition to that gas station position. I think that would be very powerful for them, and I would be surprised if they didn't at least think about going for it, and I'm expecting kind of to see them there in the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, they could definitely make it across. I mean, to be honest with you, right now, they know a lot of teams are down towards that south side. S2G can simply have a little bit of a loot over towards the S9 and get as much loot as they'd like on board quickly. Kelsey, like I said, slightly more unfortunate, did get a vehicle taken away from him. However, he has found another on his journeys. Guild laughing. No Falcons means big time Severny.
Double big time. Bigly big time.
The
Up on the
hugest of times for them.
Probably the biggest, yeah. When you're talking about times, probably the biggest.
Mm-hmm.
Trovo trying to sneak into the south edge of Severny as well. Power.
This car's blasted.
Obviously, they've been in a scrap. I think that must have been with IWNRX, potentially? Enigma Galaxy? Oh, it was... not sure. But either way, a lot of damage. I think we might get a replay. Ah! IWNRX were able to get an early knock over onto Darkin. 4x and an M4 this early, very strong.
Yeah, he had a good drop and a good bit of loot afforded to him very early on. So, might have been RX. Super easy, clean pickings. Zeus in the old bike. Getting out of here.
On the moped. One front, one back. Very friendly. Trovo 2030. Okay, they're going straight into Severny. I thought they were going to go underneath and try and play there, but they want to take the fight with Guild. They will have spotted this. Guild and Trovo 2030 both going to be actually fairly looted, so should be okay. For a fairly strong fight here, but what this is going to do is stop teams from breaking out from this area, right? Because you're very sequestered on this north coast. You're opting to basically lock yourself in. Teams are going to be moving in fast. RCB the first to do so, and everybody else from the south is going to be pushing up north. So that means that unless you conclude this fight right now, or you just kind of fully disengage, which actually it looks like Guild are going to do on the east side.
It'd be funny if
I think this is the
RCB
best
also come
choice for Guild. I think this is the best choice for Guild to just get out of there. They don't need the loot anymore. They've got it. They've been through. And they even grab an extra vehicle. There's no reason to hold Severny.
Other than it might end there, I guess. Very terrified, our Guild. Very scared of anything that might happen in the future between them and Trovo. I feel like maybe they could have had like a couple of outposts, maybe taking shots, potentially. However, not meant to be. It's a very strong spot that we saw Team Spirit actually win from the other day.
Yeah, the circle just kept shrinking towards them. Be hard not to. IWNRX taking shots over to Na'Vi. Na'Vi try and cross the bridge, and this is the second time now today they've been shut out on their bridge crossings. I say shut out, they are mostly through, but not looking super healthy, and still they want more. Kine for IWNRX may be able to take some shots here, but yeah, Na'Vi are just dodging past, getting into the tree line. They know they need to get a lot further north, so it's not really that worth sticking around, especially when you know you have a number disadvantage.
Yeah, it's a good point to be made in the sense that this is just not worth their time. Also, the fact they've already lost Lemon. What's the point? Sticking around here. Maybe try to swing past Hospital and shooting range or North George, get in that way. Could be a decent way to go about it.
S2G. They decided to transition a little bit further north, so they didn't go for that gas station. That's now 77 territory. But this compound here, fairly safe. I don't think it's super impactful to this circle. I mean, it keeps you out of harm's way, though, which is maybe what they're looking for S2G. And in general, that kind of plays into what we were seeing from them on their double second-place finishes, right? With their slight passivity in their playstyle, not wanting to get fully stuck in. They did have the compounds that they were in shrunk on towards by the circle, which put them so central. But maybe this is kind of what they were looking for a little bit more, right? In that northeast side, they've got quite a bit of safety. If the circle goes over to them, it is a very defensible compound, but it does give them a fairly open decision book in terms of what they can do moving forwards if the circle breaks out west.
We're almost there now to stage 2. Minute and 20 out. I think stage 2, at least on a circle like this, will confirm largely where players will want to be. 77. Very central, though. Kind of surrounded by a lot of squads. It was a bit of an eke getting towards that spot, but they made it. With S2G heading over towards compound just to the west of Stalbert.
Dokuma has got oversight onto it, and I mean, you know, Footballers Chaos did take them down to win the chicken dinner. Can it happen again? But this time, super early into the game, because AMC, yeah, as soon as you hear that nade, you know there's players potentially crunching in and the regroup necessary. 77. Oh, I thought they had control of the gas station, but no, it's Ralph from Enigma Galaxy. The circle is about 20 seconds or 20 or 30 seconds from displaying where we're going to be going with the next pop, with about 25% of the circle up on the north side in the water. Really reduces the landmass that's playable, and with a river cutting across, it's very likely to be in that central stretch, which kind of means that in general you're looking at maybe 40% of the circle as playable, and with that shift up north, that is really going to cut things down as well. The top of Stalbert is in, and Severny too.
Yeah, it's a rough one because there's only a few spots that are really good, and I think that if you're Guild, S2G, Troll, 2030, potentially in Footballers Chaos, you're looking to get towards the compound that sits on the coastal side, or zooming towards one of the compounds that sits on the edge of Stalbert. Difficult circle to play, honestly. Very difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty nasty, and there's good news that Guild actually got out of that fight and Severny so quickly. Can they hold it? Fireflux sending in. Look at all the different colored dots on your screen right now on the minimap. They are all different teams, all trying to find a space, as it's going to be the big crunch now. Everybody not actually hopping out of the vehicles and taking shots, because there's so many people around you that as soon as you do, you're a sitting duck for the teams on Overwatch. Lots of knocks coming through thick and fast now. I'm expecting to see a lot of ragtag teams, 2 players, 1 player left within this next phase. Black Esports losing a player, Enigma Galaxy losing a player, Guild are there. More knocks being sent out every which way.
Yeah, it's a tough circle to play, and it's unsurprising that tons of teams are taking a huge amount of casualties just to get in. If you're on this north side early and you're getting yourself the best deal of it, you also understand why there is massive fight between Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah. And Guild taking that fight as well. I mean, Guild absolutely brilliant for them to have gotten out of Severny, as I said before, when they did. Over to their compound, their coast side. And it's going to be very difficult for a team to take them away from this position over on that north road, but likely that they're going to have to leave at some point, given how coastal it is.
Yeah, it's a really strong spot, though. And a really good combat to play. And it's one of the few safe areas in terms of position that you can just happily stay in for a while. And for Guild, it's very important. And for Guild to fight over and win a compound of their own is also quite important in terms of storylines.
Heroic trying to push on through. They've got an elimination already. Twisted Minds know that information, but Heroic are in the next circle. A central area between Stalbert and Severny, currently the most hotly occupied. There is a ridgeline, and I think Fireflux currently have the commanding position over it, but Footballers Chaos have that high ground just over them. The Shrink goes to the coastline again, and Guild, once more, going to be in a really great spot here. But all of these teams on the west side, the south side, going to filter past this position. They're going to be moving through, and Guild are going to have to divert them. They're going to have to force people away, and it's going to be tough.
It's going to be massively tough. there is still that small chance that this could move back over towards the western side, but I imagine a lot of teams on that west are going to be looking to send in, like the tide, over towards the east edge.
RCB can't quite catch Fireflux as they descend from the high ground position. Further ahead, plenty more teams ready and waiting to take the fight. Going to get a quick little replay here on the rundown from Narvalo. That was a really nice catch. Be able to take down Shifu. Could have been a lot worse. Leaving some 77 skid marks on the grass there behind him.
Pretty cruel, I'm not gonna lie. The very
That's
least. Twisted Minds over towards the eastern side in Stalber. They'll have to slowly make their way off this cliffside eventually. RCB, though, fairly pleased with themselves. Got themselves towards a strong spot. They have lost a player, though. Who is not. Getting him back up to speed would be nice as Zell starts to send over towards Loxy's way. It is unfortunate. Slowly. Yeah, he's very slow. It's unfortunate, though, because they'll have to give up some sight lines to do this. A bit blind during all of it.
Ooh, Axa letting the buggy roll him back. We'll be able to find a tree to have cover with. Pops out in time. Smoke and Bloom could get picked up here by the rest of the team. Peeking out here, I actually don't dislike too much, but he stays exposed for too long. If you peek out there, you're drawing a lot of shots, and then when your team comes through in the vehicles, they're reloading, right? So you're wasting their magazines on you, and then you get picked up, you divert, you go a little bit further in, but not going to happen this time. They are going to have to go for the revive. Unfortunately, not going to be available to them because Axif got flushed there as well. Fireflux on 4. They're in an okay spot for survival. For winning, though, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it seems to be a lot of times for Na'Vi at the moment. It's the two-man tumble into the later parts of the game. Stage 4 soon, though. See if it moves too far away from the water as Zeus continues to use the gondolas for their own advantage. Nice bit of higher ground to take note of here. It does head back out towards that north side, giving Guild still a very, very strong spot. But we're heading over towards more flat land. It's going to be a lot of the tree line that is most likely going to be the most influential part of this circle. Over towards the south side.
Black Esports getting trimmed down to 3. Footballers Chaos. Playing on as 2 as well. This open ground that sits between Guild and Vibes. Really, really difficult playing here on the north coast. S2G. Now, they've had some decent results on the trot. But they haven't had the greatest of performances gameplay-wise to back it up. And now they're playing on as 2. They're definitely not going to have that central area. Flip. Yeah, you are going down there, but Swain gets caught. That's Fireflux taking shots, but there's answers very, very quickly. Na'Vi's points added to their tally. A nade over towards Ketch that should seal the deal. Yeah, it's going to force the bleed out here. And the reses can come through now for IWNRX on the south side approach.
Yeah, but a huge amount of teams like this south side is just a bit rough. Because you're coming down off the staging, off the mountain. And you imagine that RCB is going to be able to lock down a fair few of these. Somehow, Scarface stays alive, sits on the back of the buggy, flipping in and out.
He's going to get taken down though. Marceau lands the spray. Lux has a player swing on by. There's a nade over the top. Hops in to the vehicle himself. Evades a lot of the damage from that nade. Tries to get away, but he's already very low. Needs to reposition, get some cover. Play the tree maybe. And will survive for just a moment longer.
I don't really know how Frozen and Swen got away with this. It seemed like a very dangerous push that they went for that has somehow worked out, John. Scarface super low. Kakali spots out Lux, and Lux sends into another player from Black Esports. And that information is passed across, not before he goes down. And that will be the entirety of Fireflux out.
RCB trying to find some sort of sanctuary, some respite on the south side, but Zeus are there as well. They are kind of locked in. Well, I say Zeus is there, it's just Rita trying to pull off a shot or two over towards the teams that surround him, but the blue zone is pushing in, is compressing this fight. And Guild once more weathering on this north side. They are doing so well to be able to hold. Well, I'll take that back. They're not doing so well. They are doing what they should be doing in this scenario. They're on 5 eliminations, though, which I think is a testament to a little bit more bolder peaks that they've been going for. In general, it's very possible that you could just hide on the inside as teams on the north side take each other down. You can see Guild are doing just that over towards S2G. They're taking shots out. They're being bold with the peaks. They're flexing out with Wagner and making sure that they've got that information. So some scouting being done. Guild seem to be a little bit awake this time around. Heroic might be able to put them to sleep, but first they've got to take down Vibes.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy went up against Guild earlier on, and that was the big testament to Guild this game, being able to remove them. It was a bit disjointed from Enigma Galaxy, and this compound is really strong. The fact that it is very safe spot to play, and Guild always has a position to return to with that circle. Yeah, very nice. Should be a Guild win. Should be.
That is the operative part of that sentiment. EXO was out on the flex as well. They've gone 2-2. They are being nice and bold with it, which is good news. Over on the north side, teams are very, very low on numbers. It's Heroic and Guild, really, the major forces here. But the open ground around this area means that Heroic are really isolated to playing the 2 plateaus that they've got. Maybe they could move down to the beachhead. Put Volt out there. Frozen. Ooh. Bombarded. Kakali explodes him. Detonated behind the rock there. And IWNRX out. The most successful game they've had today, though.
Yeah, it's 2 really strong nades, actually, over towards IWNRX. Yeah, also one of their most successful games. 6 elims. I think a couple of placement points. So although it is successful, it's not amazing by any stretch of the word.
Yeah, it's not the boom that they were hoping for today.
Heroic, though, on the other hand. See what they can get done this game.
7 elims. Well, the chance to put on 8 will be there. Walsh, of course. Who else? Leading the charge. Over the ridge. They've had Volt as well, circling around on this north side, close to the road, looking for little bits of cover to play, looking for little angles that they might be able to sneak down towards, because moving open into Guild is going to be difficult. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Volt going down to the beach fairly soon. I think Jafar may just look to regroup towards it, because RCB are descending. They are going to go straight into the middle of this position. 2 players in the vehicle. He's going to need to handle both. A lot of damage done, but Silas is out already. A Walsh. Oh, of course, he's up to the challenge. Goes 1 and 2. Immediate dispatch of RCB. They're eliminated. 5th place, 5 elims.
Yeah, Walsh is so unreasonably good compared to the rest of his squad. It's sort of unfair to some of these other squads when they go up against him. But he is leading that charge a lot of times for the team. Good couple of tags over towards Kakali, and at least they have the information that there's likely a team over towards their south side. They're outside of the blue right now. We're down to 4 teams. A stage 5 as well, John. Like I said, the circle is very difficult to play.
Yeah, the amount of teams that have to fight over on these North Hills, exacerbating and speeding up this game. Guild, though, with a flex out, may finally have met their match. In Black Esports, 2 players down. Can they get the answer? Can they get the refrag? Because they're pouring shots uphill and it's not there. Jakey, you're the man who needs to be on the spot, but he's got no ammo left. Oh, no. It's all falling apart, and Guilds have lost everything.
I think Jakey did just about get the shot off over towards him.
Ooh, okay.
But his teammate had already gone down to a vehicle explosion, which is even more frustrating, realistically. And now Heroic's gearing up for that charge, and with the circle pushing out of the way, Jafar already having a position over towards the beach. I think we're looking at a Heroic win.
I think so too. I don't think that's too far-fetched at all. The res comes through. The buggy drifts its way down the hill, down the mountain. They go. Back into the compound. There is another vehicle up there. The heal comes through. So 3 players alive. Could have gone a lot worse. And actually, Guild are allowed to regroup, but is that really going to matter?
Not really. With the position they hold and the hard curve they've got. I mean, it depends if Jafar goes down.
Oh,
actually.
Okay. Heroic. Allowing this rotate. Kind of crazy. Dropping the smokes. Walsh not in the position to get these shots. The smokes are blooming. They haven't been able to cut across this. Heroic have made a misstep here in allowing those vehicles to cross the beach. Finally. Okay.
I don't know why Jafar's not been flushed. He's passing so much information back for them. Good shot from Jakey, though. Well done. Very well done. That's more like it. Volt's the next one on the scene.
Has the cover. Jakey low. Teammate getting sprayed down on the knock there. That is the knock coming through, not the re-knock. Just the flash. GG, not GG. Hits the deck under the vehicle. Volt has the ammo. And will have the aim to back it up as well. Jakey caught in the middle. And Heroic pull it back into control. It looked potentially a bit shaky from Jakey. And it will topple all the way down for Guild. Unfortunate. But they made the most of it. I feel like they did work that perhaps not too many teams could have done there. And they find a brick wall in the form of Heroic in the way, unfortunately, towards the end of that circle. It was 15 eliminations. A great result for Heroic after what has been a slow day for them.
Yeah, I think for Guild there, realistically what needed to happen as soon as that first knock came through from Jakey, over towards the players that moved towards that beach side. GG not GG should have been immediately moving to back him up. The fact they didn't have that backup soon enough meant that they couldn't really play off the back of each other. And also still holding out aggressively on that north side. Another mistake as a 2, possibly. But Jakey's a backup, shouldn't really have ever happened. But a better game from Guild overall. I respect him for that. On the other hand, it is just Heroic rushing through a lot of these squads. And that's probably one of the earliest finishes we've seen on Erangel so far. Stage 6.
Stage 6, which is actually insane. You're right. That's like 2 or 3 phases before we normally see these matches finish, and Heroic able to get the lion's share of the points here. But I think the major thing to take away there is it really demonstrates what we've been saying about Guild for a while, right? They are not used to taking those advanced positions. They went on that 2-2 split, 2 north, 2 south. They didn't quite have that communication going. They didn't have that crossfire as strong as it needed to be to hold that position, whereas other teams would have been able to just absolutely rinse the rest of the lobby in that specific position. Then that is sounds very mean towards Guild, because it is.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's unfortunate, but I do respect what they attempted to get done during this game. I mean, they had 2,200 damage.
It was
more
the right
damage
play.
than anyone else. But again, there should just have been a few additional things dropped in there. But it is forgivable for a team like Guild, who hasn't had the most experience in those end circles. And it looked better. It looked better overall.
I would agree. I think that that's the takeaway, is that it was the right play, but they didn't convert off of the play, and looking for a little bit more. Okay, interesting. Toshbik, lighten up the tables here for Black Esports. 8 eliminations.
8 eliminations.
That's kind of crazy, actually. Just on his own. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Toshbik went insane. Really enjoyed it so far from Toshbik. I mean, Black Esports, they have just these step ups here and there, but overall, this game was more angled towards the guys on Heroic. And again, there was just a huge amount of damage that went through so quickly to the few teams that actually had position in the circle, John.
Yeah, it was a really brutal set of shifts up towards the north side, where so many teams met their maker on the foothills of Stalba. Obviously, Guild getting there very early. I think that, there were a couple of, as we talked about, the rotations late. I just want to highlight again the early rotation from Guild. Their leaving of Severny after their loot phase. They knew they just didn't need to take that fight when a team rocked up to them.
Yeah.
It would be very easy to sort of tunnel vision onto that. as guild and say, yeah, we got to clear this out. But they were like, no, we really don't actually. And in the end, obviously paid out very well for them. But we're going to go to a short break. We're done with Erangel. When we come back, we'll be tuning into Miramar. So don't go anywhere.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
We are heading over to Miramar now after Guild were denied a chicken dinner from their Westside compound by Heroic, the second place team on the tables, and in nice fashion as well. They were able to get quite a lot of eliminations to add to their tally. But now we're going to move over onto Miramar. Let's take a look at the overall standings before we kick off proceedings in the desert.
Here's our overalls at the start of this game. Heroic, after that last one, were able to pick up a lot of points here. 151 points total, which is very nice for them. 77 still climbing the leaderboard right now with 2 chicken dinners on the board. RCB, though, I think that's the curious one for me, but they do have 22 matches as opposed to all of our podium place teams who are yet to finish.
Yeah, we are still going to have to wait on that one. RCB, 22 matches. Na'Vi, 22 matches. Dead heat on there. Virtus Pro, S2G, towards the bottom of the tables. S2G are creeping their way up on this page, despite protestation from the teams above them. But they're still, again, on 22-match record. Trovo 2030 topping this second page as IWNRX are not having the day that they had hoped for. So far, I think they've gotten, 11 points on today? 10 or 11, something like that. Really not what they wanted to do. But we'll see if they're still able to get a qualification spot towards those finals. Grab some more points. Of course, they got a lot of bonus points in week 1. So adding any amount this week would be very nice for them to be able to grab a spot in those finals.
It would be very, very nice for them. Again, just more points overall for a lot of squads here would be ideal. And it's just unfortunate so many of those points have been just absolutely vacuumed at the top of things by Team Spirit. And I guess at this point also Heroic. But some of these teams are having their games here and there. I was glad to see Guild actually step up a little bit in that last game, John. But it's Na'Vi. A lot of eyes on them. The team that has the two-man wonder.
Let's take a look at our Miramar performers here. I would imagine that Na'Vi are still represented. They have the highest elimination count by quite a margin on Miramar. Closely, well, not too closely, but still fairly, followed by 77 on 6.92. You've got Virtus Pro not playing today, but the rest of them all will be making an appearance. IWNRX, again, on this page, but it's just not being seen so far this week.
Just not yet. And I mean, for Na'Vi, it is crazy looking at their current numbers over on Miramar. But you're right, we just haven't seen enough out of them here. See a lot of teams here, though, coming to the end of the day. Some of them look a little bit more tired than others, which are over 2030 on your screen at the moment. You do have their ups and downs.
Yeah, they certainly do. They are trying their best to unleash the beast with Monster Energy at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. We've had a couple of unleash moments, but for now, it seems like it's quite up and down for a lot of teams today. Everyone's confused. They thought, hang on a minute, Team Spirit's supposed to be the best team in the lobby, so who's the best now that they're not here? I don't understand. It's confusing. It's perplexing.
Who do we talk about? Who do we talk about here? So stressful.
It's very difficult. It's a tough life.
But all the...
I'll tell you what isn't tough, though.
All right.
Playing with the Infinix GT20 Pro.
Not wrong.
It's a beautiful phone.
It is.
You got to get one.
You do. Absolutely fine.
Go right now.
No.
Oh.
Well, you could do it right now if you want it.
You could do it online.
You could do it online. Easily.
Ooh, would be
Easily.
good. And then you too could be playing with the 144Hz screen, the AMOLED display, up to 120 FPS. Beautiful visuals for our professional players here at the PMSL EMEA. And I hear the music blank. It's time to kick off Miramar.
Oh, here it comes.
Oh, yeah.
We're in there.
Oh, Lordy, coming.
I'm ready for a bit more Miramar.
We're in there.
Going across the map at the moment. From El Pozzo down to Puerto Paraíso between Impala. Teams look to get out. A slightly more reasonable playing path. I think we have seen some rough ones recently, which are so out of the way. But this one will give teams a lot more opportunities to get where they need to be. 77 going for one of their alternate drop spots up towards Trailer Park and Ruins. No brute force means no terrifying action on the north side of the map, especially for Na'Vi.
Quite a few teams out early heading north, so potential scrap around El Pozzo, but no, Na'Vi are going to go to La Correria. Circle still a long way off from popping. But for the time being, hoping this isn't going to go too far. RCB? Alone in Picado? Maybe. Could happen. It would be crazy. But I think they might have gotten away with it.
Potentially. I mean, to be honest with you, out Falcons here. No drops, no hot drop. Easy peasy. Grab himself a lot of space to work with. And go from there. Gildo sending down towards that southeast side as well as Footballers Chaos. They realize that VP aren't in, so Impala and Puerto Paraíso a lot more open to others. And Trover 2030 taking up Los Leones for themselves. Vibes taking up Team Spirit's position over in Chumacera. So a lot of these positions that were not open, some of the teams that we had in here have created a huge amount of opportunity to sit in spots that are not available before, especially brute force. So I'd say that they controlled so much of the northwest side of the map. It was difficult to work with.
The northwest side can be nasty at times. RCB grabbing vehicles. Farming them up. Getting their armada set to sail. They'll turn back, grab some more loot after they have gotten the wheels ready. Generally, that's the way around. You will see a lot of teams going for here at the professional level. It's much more important to be rotationally active than to get a weapon early on. You want to make sure that those vehicles are under control because they are a premium resource right now.
Big old premium resource that a lot of teams are fighting over, trying to grab. An interesting circle that heads down towards the south side. You got that big old road that cuts through it, going through into Los Leones. Down on the south is Minas de Valle, which is really quite unoccupied by a lot of teams. Only really got Power and Trovo down here. Na'Vi continuing their rotate up towards La Correria has been a bit of a task to get towards that location. Oh, don't like to see that.
Oh, It's all right. They're back on. Nothing happened. I don't know what you are talking about. They're moving so quick. Like a blur. Lemon, Axa, getting on in. They're going to be looking for another vehicle, almost certainly as well. You see they're scouting the roads. And again, it's all about those wheels. Especially on Miramar.
Yeah, right? True. True. You do absolutely need vehicles here on Miramar to make your way through. There's a lot of situations that without cars, you are left in the dust. Quite literally on Miramar. We've got 5 minutes until stage 2 hits, so a lot of teams during this time will just be looting. Tell me, John, which teams impressed you the most today?
Today, I feel like... I don't know. I feel like I find myself unimpressed by quite a lot of the teams today. I think 77 probably is the closest team to doing so. If Heroic can get another chicken dinner, then I think I would safely say that it would be them. But their early matches kind of beg to differ. 77, I think, have been the most consistent. They have been up towards these late games fairly frequently, able to take a chicken dinner on the day, and they've climbed really quite far and quite fast up these tables. They're now in 3rd place, right? They are holding water against some of the strongest teams in the lobby. They're 6 matches behind Heroic, which means that they do have that advantage going for them. And I'm expecting that they should be able to find at least something here on the West Coast road. So maybe able to keep that train rolling, see what more they can do. But in general, yeah, I think 77 would be the team I would elect as impressive today.
Okay, all right. I respect it.
Who would you go for?
It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because I don't want to say S2G. I do not want to say S2G because I don't.
Yeah, I steered away from them as well. Yeah.
I think I'd probably agree with 77. I think they've given it what for so far. Try and stay up towards the top of the tally.
I don't think that they've had like a blindingly intelligent rotation or like a incredible massive pop off, but what they have done is they've taken initiative in fights, like in a micro sense, and I think that that's what's been very impressive about them today. I think if their macro can keep up, they are definitely a team to worry about when it comes to the finals.
And that is the main thing, because it's 3 days, right? Over those 3 days, a lot can happen in a short amount of time. And I think certain teams need to make sure that they're ready, push as many points as possible. And I think that we haven't quite found a team like that just yet. I mean, Team Spirit would be that team in my mind if they weren't marred by the past of week 1.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say. They, in general, have had this sort of recurring issue, and we talked about this before, of being very slow on the uptake in terms of like downloading the lobby. But once they do, it's sort of like nobody can get in their way, and I think we've hit that stride this week. The question is, will they read into the adjustments that people are going to make around that, right? Because whilst they're learning about everybody else's strategy, everybody's learning about Team Spirit's strategy and changing things up to try and counter that, to try and get out of the way of that, to try and put something in the way of that as well. So the question for me is, will they be able to continue that adaptation, that pace at which they're able to overwhelm the lobby with just sheer outskill displays and power in those engagements? Or is the rest of the lobby going to get ahead of them again and have another week 1 next week? And the fact that we can say that about Team Spirit shows just how volatile they have been in the past, and we still expect that they could be in the future.
Yep. Towards that north side at the moment, you got San Martin in play, Twisted Minds. Vive still keeping it casual down to Chumacera. But we are just waiting for that stage 2 shift, which is going to certainly cause some problems.
Second circle, just about to pop.
Ooh,
Goes to Los
wow.
Leones. This is almost confirmed as like an urban environment with this circle. Completely surrounds it. It would be quite difficult for the circle not to go into Los Leones. So I'm expecting a lot of urban crashes right now. Expect 3-player, 2-player teams making it into alleyways, dodging around construction sites and high grounds, up the top of towers, taking shots every which way.
Your Zeus. Heading up towards the north now. This is a really difficult circle though, John, for a lot of teams to work around. IDBNRX though, getting themselves into position. And this is a team that desperately needs some more points on the day to see themselves safe. Not only this week in terms of points to get more league, well, LRP we'll call it, but also for those PMGC points, John.
Absolutely. Everybody trying to farm as many as they can. IWNRX in a nice early position, surrounded by a lot of buildings, meaning that it's unlikely that teams push all the way into them, and they also are able to establish a bit of a buffer zone. I mean, they can use Trovo 2030 as their north guard, take shots out their way, keep them at bay, keep them at arm's distance. On the south side, they're going to be able to get protection from, I think that's Zeus on the southeast edge. Southwest is Footballers Chaos, if I'm not mistaken. I can remember these colors off the top of my head, but I think that is Footballers Chaos on the southwest side. You can see what sort of an outpost they have. The difficulty, as it always is in this scenario, is getting out of their building if it comes to that. But they've got a long time before that happens.
Trovo 2030. This is incredibly clumped. I can see why you're having difficulty finding exactly where a lot of these teams were. Everyone all flitting towards the same position. IDBNRX looking out towards the distance. Super Central, probably one of the most central teams right now, at least on stage 2. And down towards that southeast side, we just have Enigma Galaxy coming in from their high ground.
We had a circle finish the other day on this west side of Los Leones. We know how weird to navigate the west edge is, so if the circle heads out that way, we will go back to that tiered scenario. But we could equally go on into the middle. Everybody trying to make their home. Some teams kept out in the cold. You've got Na'Vi, you've got Heroic, you've got Enigma Galaxy. The fight on the northeast side, though, rages on. Twisted Minds, Black Esports. It looks like Twisted Minds are taking the majority of the casualties here. Toshbik is down. Kakali getting naded by Lord, but doesn't take any damage there. No flushes coming through towards Twisted Minds. No, I'll take that back. Coops has gone down fully. As they're going to leave Toshbik up and try and just leverage their numbers advantage into this fight. Force Lord and Robs back together and take the rest of them down. Lewis, who's moving slow in that monster truck. Lord knows he's there, but they are just actually going to careen straight down towards the roadside. Exo just stabbed Narvalo. Okay, that must have been a flush. Have to get back onto that, but there's the knockover onto Kakali because Na'Vi have waded in.
Yeah, Na'Vi getting into position. Oh my days, this is going to be a bit of a slobber knocker from all the squads. And again, Na'Vi, unpursued by brute force on that north side, should have themselves a decent game. They're able to get into the circle quite quickly. That is one hell of a lob on the grenade.
Power trying to find a player or two from Footballers Chaos. You cannot be in these rooftops anymore. Not without incredible danger being laid at your feet. The towers around you. Everybody's going to be taking shots out your way. You're very exposed to teams that are all hiding in those nooks and crannies. And Power now have the building underneath you as well. I don't think Yekta's going to have a great time here. Might just have to try and leap across. Jumps, makes it.
That's his only real option at the moment. Yes, it's so tough. I kind of just want to see this circle center up towards the west slightly. More good shots coming through from Na'Vi though.
starting to reintroduce themselves to this lobby. 4th place on the tables now. Lord hopping back in to try and keep his teammate alive. Robs is down, but has more pressing matters to worry about. In they go with the UMP. The spray down will take out Lord. Lemon in with the DBS. And it's now 15th place for them. And Na'Vi playing on 5 eliminations. They were able to take 1 or 2 from Black Esports. Get all 4 of Twisted Minds as well. And now they can move further south. They're playing on the outside. They have high ground over some control positions on the southeast.
I think when we look at this one, though, a lot of the teams that have already found their way into Los Leones do have that slight advantage, right? In terms of not having to make too many movements. Right now, it's you're sort of at the mercy of the circle. Moving us towards that eastern side. Or anywhere, realistically. I mean, if it does head over towards the east, life becomes a lot harder, John. Some of these teams, especially this circle here. Now, 77 has a huge opportunity.
So do Guild. I mean, look at their position out on the east. I mean, they also are a little bit closer to the edge. 77 do have that big expanse on the south of the hill under their control. It's going to be very difficult to make their way in. But it is, again, pushed a little bit to the side. So that northwest quadrant of this circle, sure, it's going to be brutal. It's going to be bloody. But Guild could potentially hold out on the east side. But Na'Vi are going to pressure in. And I think that, in general, that is going to be their major challenge, right? Na'Vi pushing in for Guild. 77 have a lot easier time of holding people at bay.
Yeah, 77, it's just because they got these great sightlines to work with. I do like that they've got Shifu and Limbo Boom down towards the southeast, right?
Yeah.
So at the very least, you know, if you get a team like Guild or Na'Vi who tries to shove in that way, they're at least covering that. They know that they can pick up a couple of eliminations here and there, likely stealing them from Zadira and Magnum. But their main priority is just making sure they can lock down this high ground, which is very smart.
Ragnar trying to be that backstop for Guild, but he's now descended upon by all of these players from Na'Vi, all 4 of them. He doesn't have a nade either, only the one Molotov to play around with. Has the DBS and the Mini 14. Not moving a muscle, and this could potentially cause issues. Lemon actually backed off that high ground with shots coming from across the way. Wagner not moving. Oh, he is going to step out. Okay, they know he's up here now. For sure, for sure. Spots Lemon. Has the DBS, flips off in the long distance there, but he's got the Mini 14 to turn around and handle that, or at least attempt to, because he's taken a clip or 2 on the level 1 helmet there. Default moves into position, axes on the off angle. The rest of Guild, nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, they just don't really care about this fight right now, just allowing Na'Vi to slide on through. GG not GG finally pushes off the top side, does find himself a couple of shots over towards Na'Vi.
Okay, all right. The flush comes through. Exo down as well. Default eliminated from Na'Vi. 2 players on the in. Fireflux have managed to get up top as well. Shorter's position on the east is powerful, but it's definitely a lot more contested, and Guild suffer because of it. Na'Vi moving in. Flip with the challenge. GG not GG there, trying to keep turning the corner, but Flip just holds down the spray button, and he walks into a hail of bullets. It's a bad sign.
I mean, Guild, despite losing D4, it's not been the worst thing in the world for them so far. I mean, 8 eliminations as well. This is a good tally for them, the highest in the lobby right now compared to anyone, purely because they've had to fight so much on the outside, whereas everyone else is very content to sit inside their buildings at the moment, John.
Flip. Down on his belly now, though. A little bit less momentum for Na'Vi. Next circle is going to come on through. It goes down south, and again, 77 with that oversight. There is a compound that sits along the road in the middle that could be very, very strong. It's going to be difficult for people to move out there, but I think Nigma Galaxy may just have a chance to get in there early. They make that maneuver, they crash on in, and that is going to be really valuable for them. 77, if they hold that high ground up on the south side, they will again have that oversight. But S2G are crashing into the west side. Shifu needs to fend this off. It's imperative for the position. Swash hits the deck, but caught with the M249, spraying down. Gets that flush done as well. Beautiful hold on the west point. The rest of 77 now have the time to reposition in, get those off angles, and S2G struggle to mount up.
Yeah, I mean, for 77, this is all they've been doing all game. It's just a case of making sure that they're very ready when a push-up comes through. It's unfortunate they lose a player, though, in Zadira. But it's a very quick response from them in the process, as a lot of teams now realize that we're heading down towards this position on the higher ground. Enigma Galaxy get themselves a strong spot down towards the center of this circle at least. And Marceau, despite going up against an M249, barking his way, is able shut it down pretty quickly.
Oh, Magnum tries to chime in, but they're getting backed off these ridge lines by two players out in the open with zero cover. Marceau, nade up on high over towards Shifu, doesn't quite connect. I think there was a little bit of a rocky crag in the way there, but he wants to put another one up. Moves on in, around the buggy, blasts that to smithereens, tries to step up, and there's Magnum chiming in across the way. Finally got a little bit too big for his boots, and Marceau pays the price.
I mean, for S2G, now it's a case of just getting out of there. 77 should be able to reset from this. Magnum's got a nice off angle, knows where Calci is. It's unlikely he's getting away from this one, John. In the meantime,
really difficult to be able to escape that one.
In the meantime, Navi's still in their gladiator circuit over towards the northeast side, up to 10 elims already at stage 5.
They figured out how to change things around from week 1. From their early week performances, sort of flying under the radar, but now they are mounting an offensive on the table. Swain doesn't realize just what's lurking around the corner. It's Jakey. He's ready with the DPS.
Which is all important. I mean, Guild have been waiting their time to make this move, but it is just him now, and a nice nade from Flip will shut him down and send Na'Vi up to 11 eliminations on the game. And IWNRX were able to get themselves out from Los Leones. Unfortunately, it is just the 2 players, and Na'Vi is hunting.
I don't quite know how Fireflux are able to get across the road unscathed, but all 4 players are on the southeast side now. IWNRX, yeah, they're just getting swung on. Na'Vi continue to battle through this northeast side. But look at where Fireflux are. Across the road to the south of Enigma Galaxy. 77 lost their backstop in Zadira, and now Fireflux have exploited that. The circle shifts up back to the north. Everyone in Los Leones is going to have a tough time. Lemon goes down to Zedwolf, who hits the deck again. Last player to stand. 2 first aids, 1 nade, drops a smoke in front of him. And Axa wants to put the punishment back out towards the cliff face, but the first aid is already going off, and he survives for just a moment longer. Footballers, Chaos Vibes, Power, Trovo 2030, Zeus, all on the Los Leones northwest side. Taking scraps and Heroic. They're chiming into the fight finally, trying to ascend, and 77 get out of their way. Really nice and quickly for them, but this is a third party. Fireflux are breaching out towards this angle.
And so they should. There's a great opportunity to take more control over towards the high ground on the south, and Heroic is on their knees right now, panting, gasping for air because the oxygen was just cut out from underneath them. And Fireflux looks to stifle them over on the west side, doing a good job of already finding the first knock and flush. Is great news, leaves them in a worse for wear situation now.
Fireflux tightening their grasp over this hold on the west side for Heroic, who are trying to push their way through, but it's not quite finding what they're looking for here. 7 nades in the hands of Jafar. Fireflux, I think they could just pull back off this ridgeline, but they want to keep the suppression going. Flip doesn't go down to that nade. Trovo 2030 are eliminated on their attempted evacuation. Zedwolf, last player standing for IWNRX, still going. Right under the nose of Na'Vi, who are on 13 eliminations now. 14 eliminations. They've just added another.
I mean, if you look at Na'Vi, again, it's so amusing because honestly, for them, it really does feel like Brute Force has been their biggest enemy during the entirety of these Miramars this week. not allowing them to get in ever, and it feels like some sort of grudge match. So you take them out of the equation, and look at this, Na'Vi up to 14 elims. This really is their map, but they have been so horribly gate-kept by the guys from Brute Force, and that's another one down, and that should be Na'Vi up to 15 elims, I think.
Oh, it is. Wow. They are really turning up the heat, and with 15 elims in the position that they're in, it's not impossible to get a chicken dinner, right? They do have a little bit of isolated ground to play around with, a little bit of high ground as well, to take shots down towards everybody else. It depends what Fireflux are able to do, to be honest, as to how much they'll be competed against on those high ground angles. Ooh, Volt gets the reload in the MG3. Lux trying to keep his head bowed down, and it is going to finally thread the needle through. Heroic are eliminated. Fireflux now can move over this hill with a little bit more freedom and challenge out Na'Vi potentially across the way. But Na'Vi could again break the record today. If they're able to push up past 20 eliminations and get that chicken dinner, it would be another record breaker.
I mean, for Na'Vi at the moment, there is potential. There's a lot of players still left in the lobby, 24. Them to break out plus 20 elims. The real question is how far this circle deviates from their position. It deviates quite a lot. There is a compound available, though, to them. Just underneath Flip, down towards that south side. It can play there. They knock Flux from Fireflux.
The difficulty for Na'Vi is that getting down there puts them in nade range of Enigma Galaxy, and that is a dangerous place to be. The nades in through the roof as well. You can see what happens when you go into a position across the road. The nades just pour in. Satan goes down, easy as well. Going to be sprayed down from an off angle as they try and hide from the nades. Maniac picks up the flush, confirms that point. Now just Fidan remains. He's on the inside. Maniac wants to push in. Spots the player. Easy point pickup, but walks straight to the line of fire from RCB.
Why not? Rita tries to get out, but it is vibes. They actually take him down again. This is always going to be a hard crossing for Zeus, but they had to make it. They attempted to do as much as possible. Lemon goes down to the blues. He tries to readjust the vehicle out there. Unfortunate turn of events, but one that I don't think really should have happened, and that leaves Na'Vi now at 2.
Axa and Flip playing on for the roster. They are moving down this hillside, but Flip's down, so it is just Axa. He gets flushed away. Fireflux pick up that point. Almost certain now that they're not going to be able to go for that chicken dinner. IW and Axa going to flee the scene, eliminated from the match. And the northwest side for RCB, actually, is starting to look fairly solid. If Fireflux can get rid of them, sure, but it's going to be difficult. Enigma Galaxy as well, in a solid spot.
Either way, Na'Vi has yoinked away the majority of the elimination points available inside this lobby. There'll still be a chunky chicken dinner, I imagine, for whoever gets it, but not nearly as high as they might have liked from a circle like this one. Zeus, though, finding Fidan. And although things went pretty badly for Zeus, they still managed to keep 2 players alive.
Yeah, it should be fairly interesting to see how they navigate this area. Zeus trying to push in. The circle shrinks very central. We are almost certainly going to the final zone blank. Nobody with the nades this late in the game to really conclude it. And I mean, this is kind of a symptom of a very central lobby that goes central early, and as well as having a Los Leones finish, which exacerbates this problem. People are using those nades a lot earlier into the match, so you're not seeing 4, 5, 6 nades on anybody at this stage. Weiss, you can see him scavenging around, and that was way too bold. You know there's people there. What on earth do you think you're doing, frankly? Vibes lose their players, and we'll go down.
Galaxy still in a decent spot. Stage 8 now, so we're heading towards the final stage. Zeus trapped, not likely to get out from this situation. Now between RCB as well as Enigma Galaxy, a lot of that rides in fact on Fireflux and how much of a problem they are for either team. There's going to be a very curious ending here, John.
Certainly could be. The nades are coming through from Enigma Galaxy, but Fireflux are taking shots. This multi-story building for Enigma Galaxy provides them with a lot of utility, a lot of useful areas. They still think that Axa's over in the other building, which is interesting. He's managed to get across. As soon as those nades start finding nothing after nothing after nothing, they will know that he has shunted his way out. But the next zone closes to the middle, and right now, Fireflux win this if everybody just stays where they are.
Yeah, exactly. They have the high ground. I actually think that, yeah, for Fireflux, this is going to be so difficult to lose. They just have to manage both sides best as possible.
They've got this high ground outcrop over the top of the road. Enigma Galaxy, they've got high ground, sure, but they have to leave the building first. RCB tried to get across. Silas does go down. Lux with the nade. Is it going to connect? Loxy takes half his HP bar, but doesn't go down just yet. Wants to reposition. The res onto Silas, so RCB still at 4, leaving Wild on the back foot.
Fireflux on the top side. Loxy invests a medkit. And we're into those final moments. Again, Fireflux doing a great job right now to do exactly what they need to do, which is to manage both ends of the equation here. Though Loxy is up. Scarface doesn't seem to know.
Potentially cause problems. Wild still looking for the backlines. There's a nade from Fireflux over towards Ralph from Enigma Galaxy. Redox taking damage. Axa does finally go down, so now 3 teams remain. Sulke breaking out. They know they have to hold off on 2 fronts at this stage, but Enigma Galaxy are going to have to fight off against RCB. With Wild still on those backlines, this flow around is going to be hard, but he has to reposition. The nade takes them super low. A Molotov over the top for Loxy. They're going to be wondering where that one came from, but the heals already came through. Enigma Galaxy still alive, but with Sulke and Lux right above them. We'll see what they can get done. RCB trying to draw Fireflux's attention away. Enigma Galaxy trying to blast on through, trying to rotate around. Sulke waiting for them to make a misstep, but no nades seem to be left. You bubble them downhill. A beautiful shot. The double shotgun rally. As Enigma Galaxy go in and go out. Drop down. Fireflux. 3 players alive. Will be able to curtail Fireflux's ascension, but it's getting messy. Oh dear, they have to drop down and Fireflux has to break out. All of a sudden it's just Lux, and he is going down, going low. Are they going to be able to do it? Just about able to eat out the chicken dinner on the drop down. Chaos ensues. All the pink teams getting in and amongst it, but it is going to be a chicken dinner. Shake of the head there. Fireflux concerned about how that unfolded in the final moments.
That was very, very tough towards the end there, but you're right. It got super messy. Fireflux is able to clean that mess up, though, right at the end and catch themselves a nice chicken dinner. Some great moves from them as they worked the side of the map down towards the south. It was a very, very difficult game for them, but they do make it work in the end. This was not an easy map at all. However, I think the big story is definitely Na'Vi having themselves 15 eliminations and making it fairly far to the end game.
Yeah, it was much better than we've seen from them so far this week, which is nice. A little refresher to add to their tally. And again, they haven't exactly been doing terribly this week at all. They just haven't been as dramatic as they were in week 1, but now they turn around and pull out this sort of a day. They're looking pretty solid. I mean, they could jump up towards, I think, 3rd place they were during this match. Could be even up towards 2nd place at the end of it as well. So could potentially do a lot for their standings. Their bonus points obviously going to convert from week 1. They got 20 in that first week. Could be a whole lot more this week around as well, which would almost certainly confirm them towards the finals. Yeah,
again, I think for the guys over on Fireflux, very, very nice stuff. Their first week was really good. They just need to pick up the feet towards the end of this one. That's all it is. Just need to get a generally decent scoreline, which is what you can see right now Na'Vi's looking for. They know that Miramar is their best map, and they need to make the most out of these games with Brute Force not playing in it because they've been such a hassle to them throughout the entirety of the week so far. So they can get as many points as possible off the back of this one. Well done to them.
That's what you're looking for. Getting it done. Down on the second page again, though, it's IWNRX who once more continue their run of bad luck on matches. They have not had the day necessary to be able to make this one work for them. And let's take a look at our top damage dealers on the match. 15 eliminations. Na'Vi doing quite a lot of work there. RCB also putting a lot of lead into the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it really was going to break down towards Nigma Galaxy, RCB, and Fireflux, but it's a big surprise to me that Nigma Galaxy is not even on the board here. But it is Na'Vi with 2,700 damage. Incredible game.
I mean, there we go. Lemon doing so much of that damage as well. Almost half of his team damage. 1.2 thousand from that match was pretty brutal for Na'Vi. They were playing for quite a while down the hill, a little bit split. Obviously, the top of the hill was theirs. They were able to claim that a little bit earlier on, but their descent, not ideal. They had someone get clipped at the back, and they went down. But Fireflux were able to spread out, take down 77's position, work out that south hill, and in the end, in a messy engagement, still able to come out with a chicken dinner. We'll see you in a few for another Miramar.
When I go, they'll know my name. They'll know my name. Time is on my side. I won't be remembered in this life as a criminal, a criminal, a criminal. I've learned to stand tall and look
We have got one more match to play. We're going back over to the desert. We are getting ready to explore it once more. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank and will be your guides. Blank, question? You can't hear me. The stream can. I was muted on Discord. Not on you. There we go. I thought you had a question. I thought you had a point. But no, it was just can't hear. So sorry. Very sad.
It's okay.
You're in now. We're in now. I'm here.
Oh
It's
my
okay.
god, Axe are looking off into the distance. Looking into someone's soul right there.
Ooh. Looking pretty
Hey,
clean.
back in
Looking
third
into the
place.
tables. There we go. Love to see it.
I mean, still...
That is... Yes, 18 bonus points, or league ranking points, if they're able to maintain that third place.
Yeah, it's the 23 matches, which is the trouble, right? And I think for Na'Vi, this being their last day of play, their last chance to sort out some more points. So again, that one good game there on Miramar was fantastic, but we need more.
Definitely. And they only have one match left to prove it as well, which is unfortunate for them. A bit of a bummer, all things considered. As we drop down, this is as well Guild's last chance to catapult themselves away from the bottom of the tables. Can they fend off bottom of the table this week? We'll tune in next match to find out.
That we will, which will be coming up very shortly. So we're waiting for that match to come online with Miramar, the last one of the day here for quite a few of our teams. And a lot of our squads down towards the bottom of the tables right now. And difficult to get back up. It's so tight on the scoring towards the bottom side of the table. It's just purely, like I said earlier, the vacuum at the top in terms of points of team spirit, heroic. And a few other teams have managed to break into those triple digits.
Yeah, it has been fairly draining for the rest of the lobby to have such a ominous presence at the top of the tables. So extract as much as you can whilst they're away. Whilst the cat's away, the mice will play, and they're looking to try and snack their cheese over on Miramar now. I'm seeing a map on the map feed, but someone walking over to that table didn't fill me with confidence. Is it the same gut feeling that you had yesterday? I don't know.
Maybe. It could be. But I guess we'll see. In the meantime, whilst we wait, you can certainly scan the QR code on your screen right now for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship of 2024 tickets, which are now available on sale with a limited 40% early bird discount. So if you want to join us here in London for the PMGC, make sure you grab yourself a ticket and get that early discount.
Absolutely necessary if you want to get on over. Save yourself a little bit of money. Why not? Whilst you're going for the trip. Ooh, we all know what that means. The music's kicking in. It is time to enter the arena. One last time for Guild, for S2G, for Regnum Kayabra, and for Na'Vi this week. This is their last day of games. This is their last match of this last day. S2G as well, looking to keep up pace. Trying to have a little bit of a resurgence later on. Stay on that front page. That's their goal. Right now, they are in 7th place and want to try and solidify themselves a little bit more with a good match to cap off their second week of gameplay with the Infinix GT20 Pro.
Last Miramar of the day here. Obviously, we've got 77 who are not dropping out early. They'll probably drop out quite late here. I reckon Zeus is out nice and early, though, heading over towards that northern side of the map. IDBRX out of the plane too. Need themselves a few more points here. Heroic currently holding towards the top side of the lobby. Nice and steady. 155, just underneath Team Spirit. Obviously, they're not playing today.
A way to go still. South Plane Path means potential hot drops on Miramar. Those hills down to the south, not very hospitable in general. You see more teams breaking out to the north. I wouldn't be too surprised even to see teams going as far as Minister Sur or Valle de Mar on that southwest side, but looks like nobody's going to drop out that late. Instead, seeing potential scraps around Impala. The circle doesn't get too crazy with it. Keeps us in that area between Los Leones, Picado, and Hacienda.
So a very central circle on the map. Most teams should be able to get themselves into position nice and easy. Obviously, this one being very much down towards the south side on the playing path, it does restrict some movement up towards the northern arena, which is certainly unfortunate for some teams. When some of those teams being Na'Vi, you have to swing out the chutes early alongside Enigma Galaxy. Luckily, Lemon was able to drop early, find themselves a vehicle. That will certainly assist them in the future.
Popping a shot or two. Checking the SKS works there. Barrel attached. Magazine in. Trigger. Yep, that's there. Good to go.
There it is again.
Oh, okay. We're going for verse 2. It's fine. Send the second one.
Spooky.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's fine. You're fine. Please.
Please. Not for the last game of the day.
Yes.
Do not assault my senses, sir.
I'm just rocking out right now. Oh, yeah.
I think it's because it has like this weird loop to it, where you think it's coming to a finish and it never does.
Yeah, it's just actually the transition.
That bit.
There it is. Hey-yo. Just zooming back up. A little in the middle of it.
That's a mute of the site for me.
That's the music.
That's a mute.
There you go.
Anyway, talking more about the circle itself. Heading over towards San Martin. Obviously a little bit high ground over towards the western side that is available to some of these teams, should they want it. And down towards that southeast side, you got the Fireflux. As well as Black Esports, very central towards Graveyard. No one team really committed to any really strong spot right now. That is reserved for stage 2 usually.
I mean, all the teams right now are filtering their way up north. At the moment, you've got 3 teams making their way up on the west side, towards the north edge of the map. IWNRX and Zeus on the east side as well. Guild have stopped off in Impala. And everybody in that central area, which is what we're looking at right now at Twisted Minds, making their way up. But look at what he has. I mean, he's got nothing other than the weapon in his hands at this stage. He's got no armor, no utility, no smokes, no nothing. So you still need to get further forwards, get that opportunity to pick through a couple of buildings, because everybody else, they're already doing it.
Exactly right, John.
Exactly. That's right. Exactly.
Did the music stop?
No.
Okay. I was just checking.
Don't be silly.
But yes.
Oh, it has. It just stopped. Just as I said that.
Amazing. I can unmute.
Wow. There we go. We're back in. Just in time to find Rita on the floor, Z-Wolf able to rack up the first point for IWNRX with an opportunity to add points to their tally. They'll take it.
Lovely stuff. Down towards Los Leones, you've got Power 77 making a bit of a wide wrap actually. 3 minutes on the clock here till the shift comes through. I think it's not a bad decision, personally. I think they realize a lot of teams have already headed up towards that northwest side, so they can comfortably grab vehicles. Head Los Leones way.
Spray down for Dokenma. Out into the distance, not connecting. Unlikely that you do connect there, but you're certainly just letting them know that you're in this location, trying to keep them at bay. Maintain your ground for as long as possible.
Wow. He's flying through the air. It's not even Christmas yet.
Ooh, clipped a tree, though.
Yeah.
Not even a pine.
Drunk Santa.
Oh, dear. He's on the wobble.
Bit too much biscuits and milk.
Too much of the sherry by the fireplace.
Mm-hmm. What do you mean? I thought this was Ribena. I have
cranberry juice.
pretended.
Wow. Secretly. I bet you put a label on it. It said like Ribena, but it was actually not Ribena.
Lots of sherry. Shame on Santa, to be fair. You'd imagine he'd figure it out on the
Where
first
are you going
go.
with this?
I don't know. This is just a fictional story that's come up in my head.
You have to go back to
am...
check for the second, just in
and then
case
the
you're
third.
wrong. Yeah, well, it's really by the 6th that's when you can start to really criticize, I think.
Yes. No shame. Shame on you. At that point.
Fool me once. Shame on me. Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me. Fool me 3 times. Shame back on you again. What are you doing? I'm obviously easily fooled. You're being mean.
Shame me 4 times. Fool me 4 times. Shame back on me.
Oh,
I should have seen that coming.
yeah, that's fair at that point. Fool me 5 times. What do you think you're doing? Shame on society for making you think that that's okay.
Fool me 6 times. At that point, you've fallen into my trap. You really think I'd let you fool me 6 times? Fool me 7 times.
Oh,
There's no shame. There's no shame for either of us. Because I'm obviously being fooled by the best.
That's right. Whoa! Circles fooled us. Northwest hard shift. Going over towards the north side of Power Grid. San Martin as well. Twisted Mind's going to be happy as Larry, which is a saying. I have no idea where it comes from. Nade over for Net Ragnarok over to 77. This is on the southeast side. So they try and extricate themselves. Ooh, this is a difficult ditch to play for 77, especially when there's nades coming your way. Luckily, they're flexing out nicely. I mean, this is how you need to be enacting your position on this angle when you know these nades start to come on through. 77 have the off angles, and they are drawing these nades away, making sure that they can't find their mark where it matters. However, Ragnarok is in with the DBS, looks for the flush cock, catch it in time. However, Shifu super low. Zadira needs to stick it. Oh, he's got cover, and he's moving in to keep the protection going. The nade is pouring on over the top, the Molotov to burn it, and in comes Al-Haji from Power. There is going to be the flush, and Shifu burns away, but the rest of the team can flow on in now. 77 fighting off, but Power third party.
Goodness me, what a horrid situation for both of these teams to be in. As the circle flings itself wide up towards the northwest. Nice nade from Al-Haji towards Zadira, though. Lays him low. And Magnum stuck in a ditch. Not likely to get out anytime soon. Power, though, looking to blast their way through this one with a couple of more points, but great shot from Magnum. Now looks towards Satan and Easy. This has not gone well so far for Power. And a lot more required to take down Magnum inside his little ditch.
I don't think this has gone well for anybody on this angle, to be honest. I mean, Power, 77, losing numbers. Everybody's been having a tough time. Trovo 2030. 2 players remaining. We'll clean up 77 and add their tally up to 4. 77 now out for the day. They done. Their shift's over. Marcelo, though, down on the off angle. And Power, with 3 players alive, Fadan has the crossfire. Satan up for the challenge. Spray swap not quick enough. And Yusuf now, ooh, he goes for the flush instead of capitalizing on easy peeking. Low ammo as well. That could have been a transition, but no, he wanted to go for the point. And in general, that's not a terrible idea.
No, it's not. Absolutely not. Terrible idea.
For sure.
That's 2G on the high ground. Towards San Martin. But a lot of interesting terrain in this location. I'm waiting for this next circle shift towards the Hacienda del Patron, and this makes for a very difficult circle.
Yeah, it really does. This is a hard northwest shift followed by a hard north shift, which means that in general the density on the south side should be a lot greater. However, with San Martin sat in the way, you're going to see teams moving out to the west and to the east. So pincer on those sides of the map. Na'Vi, if they can control the north, could have their pick of the litter when it comes to taking those shots, to getting control over these angles. Because look at the high ground that they've got under their control. They can spread out, get a little bit more influence, and force teams in to fight on the north side of San Martin.
This is so difficult for a lot of squads, but see, Twisted Minds, those Black Esports and RCB all have the right idea of it towards the high ground that sits on the northwest side. They will have to scrap amongst one another for it.
Let's get a quick replay here from Al-Haji. And Satan taking down the majority of 77 there. Satan finding that off angle really important. You can see Easy with 3 rounds left in the cannon. Could very easily have been taken down. Was not to be. Power truck on with 3 and 3 eliminations. Oh, a little bit of a pickup. Rescue there for S2G.
Hacienda del Patron, obviously a little bit more out of the equation, but we look over towards San Martin, which is sort of the big feature here. Enigma Galaxy off towards that west side, but it is again Na'Vi that we're looking at towards water treatment. Well, the big feature in this game. They need another strong one if you want to sit in a decent position, because they're likely to fall down towards 8th. Maybe not fall out off the front page if they get a strong game now. It's not guaranteed. And again, if you can stay on the front page, it's good for the numbers in terms of LRP, considering where they finished last week. I just want to stay with a nice buffer going into the finals.
Spray from Satan as Guild. And power clash in the manor house atop the mound. Satan still not finding those nades, but Jakey is close by for Guild. Guild playing with 4, power with 3, remember. But there's an off angle. That's Zeus chiming into the fight. And actually the flush comes through. Guild all of a sudden going to be kept even on this one. 2 players alive for them. They had 4 just moments ago.
And yet now, everything's changed.
Ooh, nice pop shot in there for Easy. That's another player down. Out for Guild. This northwest point, I think, that sits between Black Esports and Twisted Minds as well, is going to be nice and chunky for them. We'll see if Na'Vi are going to be able to take that from them.
Yeah, again, I hate this circle in particular, and I'm sure a lot of the other teams do, because it's very difficult to figure out where you want to play. Especially over towards that northwest side, because it everywhere has its merits, right? Down towards the south, nice bit of high ground, a little bit of safety. But also equally over towards that northwest side. Or do you choose to sit inside the town? Oh, Redux.
There is a clap back a little bit though. Heroic take a knock there. Skildar finally out. Ralph underneath Kevin. Nah, not going to happen, mate. Stepping too close to danger. 2 players down for Heroic, and wow, okay. Dismantled very quickly. Enigma Galaxy going to be unhappy that they had to lose Ralph to get that done.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Over towards this western side now, playing on with just 2 players. Your S2G kind of spaced around slightly, strangely, over towards the western side of the city. But they at least control several important areas here. They do need to regroup outside of the city or into it. Big fight though for Na'Vi.
Axa holds one, but can't take a second. Lewis turns his back, and you do not want to expose that. The flanks, but Na'Vi will fight, but the nade is ends for the answer. Twisted Minds are pushing in onto this fight as well. A three-way engagement. Axa will be burnt out in that corner, almost certainly, although the concrete spread of the fire a little bit lower than usual. A nade over to the backline, a knock on default as well. That bouncer will find Axa. Lemon and Flip now, 2 players alive for Na'Vi. They're getting run through as Black Esports on the upstairs. Kakali last to stand for them as well, struggling to stand in. Could potentially res on the backline here. And Twisted Minds, though, fully healthy, fully on 4.
Yes, great timing from Twisted Minds onto this engagement. Unfortunate grenade after an initially fantastic run-up from default. But yeah, Twisted Minds just picks their moments very well. And for Na'Vi, this is crushing.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Over to Kakali. Get some flex seal on that quickly. Doran stimming up. Na'Vi still yet to get the full res. Kakali seemingly very easily taken care of there as they just roll up the stairs. And now on the northwest side, I think this is going to be the winning position. Certainly a big chance of winning from this spot, but only as long as they can get rid of everybody else up here. IW and Rexa, poke their nose in. Look at what Kind's been able to get to on the northwest side.
Yeah, being able to slip around. Again, like I said earlier, this is one of those circles where it's a case of it depends. It's very much it depends type of circle. Where the circle goes. Down towards the south, Vibes get themselves a good chance. S2G could cross towards the northwest. Anyone that sat on this ridge side early on is in an incredible position going forward. Yeah, it depends.
It's always tough, but we've now had 2 urban environments as finishes blank for our Miramars. It's been Los Leones that shunted out to the east side into close to San Martin area. We went a little bit less urban for the final circles on the last Miramar. It did drag teams away from the town, but certainly was a heavy feature of it. S2G. Oh, okay. They spot Fireflux. Trying to make their way through. No entry. Not allowed. Not today.
They're trying to squeeze their way out of here. I mean, there's actually not a lot of teams inside the city itself. Everyone's a bit concerned this is going to leave outwards. S2G finally regroup as 2 as Na'Vi makes their way down off the north side.
Ooh, nice little pick there for Vibes. And IWNRX have found their ascension to the backside of this hill that outcrops over San Martin. Na'Vi getting pushed away, going to try and careen down the side of it, and that's gone very poorly for them. Default does manage to get closer, so okay, they've got their downstairs man. Flip going to remain escalated above it all. WNRX trying to push over the plateau. Twisted Minds want to stop that at any cost, and Kind will be the first to fall to it. Spray down, lands the headshot as well. As they roll in, 2 players moving forwards. Robs and Doran both just sending for it, and it might just work out. IWNRX losing 1, losing 2. Zedwolf the last to stand for them. This is a real strong roll-up for Twisted Minds, and they have just isolated one of the strongest positions in this circle. Zedwolf goes down last, and it is IWNRX to close down their day. A low-scoring game as well, and it is far from ideal for them.
Yeah, for IWNRX, it's not been the greatest. And there have been opportunities for Twisted Minds all day.
This is another one of them, though, on this northwest side. 5 elimination points found. Spray down. Rob's not quite connecting, but just suppressing for the time being. Na'Vi, 2 players on the north side. Next circle just about to come through. And it's going to pop. Will it be urban? Will it be all the way out to the west and give everyone a crazy time? But it's right slap bang in the middle. So S2G have left Kelsey down on that southwest side. And I wonder when he's going to find the time to regroup, because it's a difficult transition. They only have 3 players alive, which means the inside pair is only 2. And I think Kelsey's going to have to make a fairly quick decision now if he wants to get back into the fold.
For Kelsey, this is certainly rough for him to get back on over. Likely to have to crash in there. Stage 6 now. But realistically, this game is going to be a little bit boring for a while. Purely because everyone's already found their positions. Not likely to move away from them until the circle forces them to. There are going to be shots like that coming across. I doubt they'll be flushes though.
Doran just taking peaky angles, unaware of the danger that lurks beneath. Ooh, tries to catch power on the rotate, does tag some damage, but doesn't quite get it all done. Flip is just below him right now. If they opt to drop down, if they're unawares, it could be 1 or 2 players fall into this position. Doran has the angle over towards Victor from Vibes on the south side. They're fairly isolated, but they want to get a little bit more embroiled into it. Get stuck in. Rotating over to the next door building. Beginning their slow march through the streets.
Vibes on our screen down towards the southwest side. About 1:24 before it pops off a little bit more here. Of how central a lot of these teams are already. Can't imagine there'll be many squads that will be forced to move.
Fireflux on the rooftops. At the moment, given how it sits, I feel like Fireflux may be in one of the stronger positions, but Twisted Minds still have this oversight on them, which is really hamstringing them a little bit in this high ground position, right? As soon as Twisted Minds are forced off, Fireflux all of a sudden have the high ground supremacy, but they can't use the rooftops whilst Twisted Minds still alive.
Yeah, it's difficult. And again, for Twisted Minds, sort of hedging their bets on this next circle, getting stimmed up, understanding that the move required is imminent.
They're going to have to go for something mad. The question is, where do they go for it? They've been able to extract 6 points already from the lobby in their elimination count. Lord able to get 4, Doran on 2. Down they go. Sprays from every angle. They have to descend, and they're going straight into RCB's compound. They're crossing the wall as well in the vehicle jumps. Doran up for the spray down. Turns the corner, opens the door for them. Coops is down, sure, but it's only Loxy now to stand in their way, and in they go, looking for the shot down. With Robs on the shotgun, difficult to hold. Loxy hits the wall once and twice, and Robs is ready for it. However, Doran is down in the next door building. There's movement. It's Flip to take shots downhill as well behind them. He now has the oversight onto this position. The crash down is good for Fireflux as they can start to establish themselves on these rooftops as well. Flip may be able to challenge it, but he's going to have to get downhill fast.
Find some kind of vehicle to do it with, but I think the reses are coming through. And Twisted Minds should be in themselves in a good position. Hard to win that engagement versus Robs. We know how skillful this guy is in CQC. Fireflux, though, like you say, just in such a good spot. That's Flip instantly removed from the game.
This is tricky. This is really tricky for the 8 teams remaining. We're in stage 7. This is what urban environments will do to you in these final circles. It has been some treacherous circles today, Blank. I feel like we've gotten pretty nasty with it. Almost every single match, to be honest. Hasn't been a single kind set of circles to anyone except for S2G twice at the start of the day, but they weren't even able to win it.
Both times as well, which is kind of unfortunate.
only they'd played it better. Oh well, they have a chance to do it now. Remember, it's their last match of the week.
Which is rough, to say the least. Almost into stage 8, in fact, and then the game will naturally end. After that point, Power with just Satan and Easy able to get themselves up 8 elims. There's Na'Vi, but it's Easy, just crosses him. And that's Na'Vi's final game, done and dusted, finishing the week with 137 points, 140, and potentially a little bit more with the placement points they're able to find.
Yeah, I think they were able to get just the 1 placement point on top. So 141, definitely a drop-off from 236 that they were able to get in week 1. However, they are up in 3rd right now, and they can drop 2-3 more places and still have a really healthy league bonus point score. But they will not be up in 1st again. Twisted Minds continue their march through San Martin, and now they have S2G to worry about. Hamzy lighten up the corridor, healing potential to come on through, but there's still 4 players alive for Twisted Minds. The Molotov to force them to stay upstairs and allow them to get this res out in the smoke as well. Playing outside on the wall, I like this res position. I mean, they needed to, because Robs can't crawl over, and he's into the building net.
That was speedy. Very speedy from Twisted Minds to get back into position. 17's remaining, 21 still alive. And just a minute until the final circle.
It's getting really tight and tucked in here. Fireflux finally stepping out. For the strength of their position, they haven't really got too much value. They've only got 1 elimination so far, and they'll want to start racking up these points now. I think Hamzy knows that Easy is here. That Cook looks, ooh, just a bit short there. He's biding his time. In the meantime, he left Marceau to go down the stairs and try and handle the whole of Twisted Minds. It went exactly as you may expect. Terribly.
Yeah, not great. Not great at all. Power eliminated at 9 eliminations. Easy out. 12 seconds. And then it will be game over for some of these squads on the side. Fireflux have had a pretty damn good game so far. Just in terms of control.
They're crossing. Jumping out into the smoke. Vibes don't curtail that. There's a regroup that comes back up. So they're all in the same building now. There was a knockover towards Lord, but Hamzy is down. That's Resable. Nice and healthy. But a road crossing next, and that's always a tough ask. A tall order in these city finishes. Ketch, Scarface, both looking out towards the Twisted Minds location. They know Vibes is on the south, who, by the way, 7 eliminations this match. Doran, ooh, just ducks down at the wrong time. Couldn't connect onto the ankle there. The nade's up high. And it seems like Fireflux are the main brunt bearers of all of this ordnance.
Indeed. Saved it out. I mean, for Twisted Minds, though, they've played a really good game here. 11 eliminations. Vibes finding looks, though, is bad news for Fireflux. Very bad news. As Darky used the opportunity to cross alongside with Maniac, who saved himself a med kit to get back up to full HP. Quick flush onto Lux, but the shots from the sidelines, that's through Twisted Minds.
Darkin did manage to get through on the vault, actually, there, which means he can crawl back and potentially pull themselves together. But yeah, he's gone. He's fully out. Maniac, half HP there. Ketch is going to catch him with the pump action. No two ways about it. Fireflux losing Lux. They're on 3 players. Twisted Minds yet to cross the road. This is the final close, remember. 3 teams remain. Vibes quietly assassinating the majority of this lobby as well from the south side. But finally, they meet their match in Twisted Minds as a first knock comes on through. This road crossing will be treacherous, demanding. As Fireflux group up for the nades, and they bombard their way through. Lord is down as well. Oh, that's going to be painful. And another, and another. There's still more to come, and that is going to be all the way out for Fireflux. Vibes now getting lit up, torn apart. It's just Brute on the inside. He has to bolt out as the blue zone pushing back. Twisted Minds, they go low, but they will not go out because the blue zone will march forwards too. And it is Twisted Minds with one hell of a closer to that match. A brilliant way to finish that. They descended from the high ground. They did not have an internal position, and they shut out so many eliminations.
Yeah, I don't really know exactly how Twisted Minds were able to make that happen, but they certainly do. And big congratulations to them for it, because this is probably the best game that they've played all tournament. It felt way more controlled than anything else we've seen from them so far. And I'm super proud of them to make it happen too, because it's a long time coming for a team as strong as them.
Absolutely. They have really been on a bit of a roller coaster with their performances. I think it's safe to say they have shown up and then fallen off, but this is definitely a game where it worked out well for them. They really lent into their high fragging capabilities with this roster, right? And that's what we've admired this roster for, is that every single one of those players is a standout performer certainly in their day. Maybe not always this tournament, maybe not always this time around, but in that last match, we saw it. We finally saw it shine through this week, and it's great to see. It's great to see.
Yeah, I'm extremely proud of them. Again, this is a long time coming for them. For Vibes, though, they get far into the game. I think they actually played quite well on that south side. Again, another difficult crossing for them, and it's surprising it's Fireflux to take the majority of the hounding. 17 eliminations, 3,000 damage done. 29-minute, 12 game. Very long match there for everyone involved.
Definitely a big old drawn-out affair. Twisted Minds, 27 points. They got 17 eliminations on that match blank, which is really quite nice. But as I said, during that game, Vibes had sort of just quietly been picking up point after point after point and get 14 out of that match. Fireflux get 10, which is the strongest we've seen them probably perform all week. They were too quiet to earn more than that for the majority of their central position hold, but that is mostly thanks to Twisted Minds, right? Suppressing them from that high ground. They couldn't flex out as much as they would have liked, and that kind of curtailed their point scoring opportunities.
Yeah, it was tough. It was very tough. Again, there was just a few moments where they couldn't get as much control of the lobby as they would have liked, with certain sight lines stopping them, and by the time they were able to flex out, just wasn't meant to be. Coops with the triple on the board there. Highest damage, most eliminations, and Grenada limbs there for him. Really good game from Coops overall, so well done to him.
Yeah, a fantastic performance from the Coopinator himself back on top, as you like to see. And we'll be looking out for that as they play more into the week. 3,200 damage. They have dwarfed everyone else's bars. It's not even a question. They definitely controlled this lobby. They won it fair and square. And I don't think that I can really criticize too much about their play.
It was one of the most difficult crossings as well for Twisted Minds, and they sort of set themselves up early on to make it happen. Went for one of the few crashes that does work, but again, it required meticulous attention to the game to actually make it work. It was always very difficult. Overall, though, extremely strong game from every player on the team. Every player stepped up there. Very even across the board. Rob's being able to be the guy that breached buildings very easily was nice for them. Especially clutching up inside that first initial crash they went into. And then Coops rocking down the rest himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Been a strong performance from them all, although the rest of the day not quite commensurate to it. Let's take a look at the overalls and what this has done to Twisted Minds as well as everybody else. Team Spirit, you can see, still very much in the lead by a significant margin. They have 80 points difference still between them and Heroic, and that is a clean 80 points as well, not the dirty 6-match advantage 100 points that we saw at the end of yesterday. That's a really impressive margin, to be sure. But this front page is now all on triple digits. You can see Heroic maintain that second place. Na'Vi wanting to close out 141. They have 24 matches played, 131 for 24 matches on Regnum Kaya. So the teams beneath them will start to push on up.
Twisted Minds, though, get themselves to 9th place with that last game. 18 matches played, so they've got some more to go here. IWNRX, though, they do have some more matches to play, but 91 points really does not feel in line with what we've seen IWNRX been able to put up recently. I think that there can be improvements made there.
For sure. It's definitely going to be something that they're going to have to address, if not for their last day of games tomorrow, for next week, because it has been a complete switch around. Guild as well, still towards the bottom. They put 72, which is the mark for Footballers Chaos to try and jump on over. Let's take a look at today's winners as they came on through. Early on, we had Power and 77. Claiming some victories there. Footballers Chaos as well, despite being at the bottom of the table, were able to find a chicken dinner. However, it was only 5 eliminations. 77 getting 20 eliminations on the match, and that really short version of Erangel that we saw on our last Erangel match that Heroic was able to take down. That was on the northern shores, remember, all the way up in the Stalbert region, almost as short as our Sandhawk.
Almost, but not quite. It was a very, very fun game there that we saw come through. But overall, been some shorter games in general from a lot of our matches today. But again, Miramar did not disappoint towards the end there in terms of its length, going all the way the distance to get us towards the almost 30-minute mark, which would require us to basically have that circle envelop everyone right at the end. But luckily, Twisted Minds shut it down before that.
I thought, you know what? Nah. Not gonna happen. I think it's so rare these days that you actually see a full close on the circle. The one that sticks out in my mind, I remember always is De Muerte. I think it was Milky Way at the time playing for De Muerte, playing on Sandhawk
pacifist
in
game.
Cave, where they won with 0 eliminations because it went to a heal out as the zone closed entirely. But the zone was in a portion where it was like a column underneath the roof of Cave, and there was a team up there, and he was completely underneath, completely out of the sightlines, no way to get to him. And he just had more meds and more health, which was really quite interesting. But that in general, you don't really see that too much anymore.
You just don't. You just do not. But yeah, we're just waiting to see the MVP of the day.
Who do you think it is?
Limbo Boom, maybe? From 77?
Okay.
Him or Flip? I would probably give it to one of the two.
I might have given it to Lemon over Flip on Na'Vi, potentially. We'll have to wait and see. There are still plenty of players who could have taken this one, because it did feel like it was up and down for a lot of rosters. There was no very clear winner. Even 77 had their downturns in a couple of these matches today. So
yeah,
it will be interesting. Could be Zadira if we're talking about 77 as well, instead of Limbo Boom. But no, we're going to have to wait just a moment longer, Blank. We've still got a little bit of time before we announce the MVP. And get that call-out match. That's what you got to find.
Yeah, that's what we got to wait for. I mean, at the moment, yeah.
Team Spirit are going to be watching today, right? Let's talk about them more, because they definitely need more airtime. But in general, they are going to be watching today and thinking, these guys are lost. Like, we're going to come back in tomorrow and we're going to clean the floor. Like, there's no team that has stood out, and there's no one to really be worried about. Let's just come back. Have you got a cat running at you? Is that what's happening?
I was going to grab him.
You're going to grab your cat?
Him. But we have the MVP instead.
Oh, okay.
Wow, it's Marcel from S2G.
Hey, look at that. That is
very
unexpected.
Let's see who S2G challenges. I wonder who S2G do pick up.
Yeah. They were called out earlier, weren't they? Who was that by? Was that by Na'Vi?
Team Spirit.
Was it Team Spirit?
Yeah, they almost lost Team Spirit, remember?
Ooh, yeah.
Well, Team Spirit almost lost to them.
Yeah. Who'd you call out right now? If you're S2G, who are you calling out?
77.
Ooh, okay.
Maybe.
I like it. I think I might call out Na'Vi. Try and make them pay.
Yeah, Na'Vi.
For their week one. I like it. I'd like it. Well, we're going to have a choice now. Who is it? Marso, tell us.
Oh, it's Footballers Chaos.
It's Footballers Chaos. Bottom place team right now. I wonder why he chose them. We're going to see that TDM going on. Oh, there you go. Oh, look at him. Look at him. He's so big.
Yeah, he's small.
He's huge.
Small. Oh,
he's huge. He's massive.
One.
He's
no,
beastly.
It's a small guy.
It's the biggest cat I've ever seen.
He's pretty long, to be fair, though.
He is a long boy. Oh, look at that. Very shiny coat. I'm liking it.
Yeah, he's clean.
He's having a great time.
He's a funny guy.
Yeah.
Social media. You can find out more about the PUBG Mobiles
Oh,
down below. he's showing you where to go. Look down there. That's just social media.
he's just come back from the socials. There we go.
Yeah.
He knows what he's looking for. He's getting that content.
Now.
Whoa, okay. That was an impressive lift right there. Under the front legs, woof. Out you go.
Yeah.
Out the frame.
Send him away.
Yeah, got to send him away.
It's just being annoying.
That's his time in the limelight. Happens.
It does, yeah. But it's
Yeah.
been a good day today. Good day. Well done, everyone. We did great.
You guys performed admirably over there in the chat. I see you.
Yeah.
We are going to be sending it, though, to a closer, as we have now completed our 6 matches. And contractually, that's all we're obligated to do. So what are you going to do about it? I think we're going to go for a little bit of a break. My name has been John Allen. With me has been Blank. We're going to close down the show here at the PMSL EMEA. We have one more day left of week 2, and it will be played out tomorrow. So make sure that you are locked and loaded and ready and raring to go, because we'll be here. Will you? We'll see you there.
Will you?
Oh, will you?
Here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds one and it's turned. There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.